Well, hello everyone, and welcome once again to Yorkshire Gamers Elite Big War Games podcast. And it's episode 81, which is also the podcast within a podcast, as I like to call it, the Brews in the Binyard. And this is something that I do every 6 months, twice a year, once in the summer, once at Christmas. And I'm joined by a panel of guests where we literally let our hair down and swear our heads off and take the mickey out of absolutely everything in the hobby. And usually we'll upset somebody, and I'm sure we will this year. So, if this is your first Brews of the Binyard, then good luck. And also, if it's your first Yorkshire Gamer podcast, I'd probably start on one of the easier ones because this is about fun, it's about banter, it's about a laugh, it's about four mates who enjoy the hobby. And if you're one of these people that gets upset about things, then trust me, you're going to get upset. So just turn off and go and do something more interesting instead. Just like that telly program in the summer. Why don't you turn off the TV and go and do something more interesting instead? Well, I don't want you to turn off, obviously. So, but it's just a little bit of a warning. Lots of swearing, lots of Mickey taking, and a few difficult discussions are had. So don't play it in front of the kids. And I think most people who are listening to this know what's coming and are in the right frame of mind to enjoy it. But there's always one. And but hopefully they're not tonight. So my guests this evening are. I've got a bit of surprise for you. We normally have three people on Brews in the Binyard, and it started with three, and then one went away, and Iain McDonald from Flags Award joined the team with me and Alex, who've been there since day one. But we're joined tonight by Mr. Sean Clark, who has had a bit of a break from the hobby, come back to us, and I think he really enjoyed tonight, actually, and the conversations that we had. The is as always at Christmas. I've got my previous guests from the year and all the stuff that I've done during the course of the year. I've got them to do a little Christmas message for you. The ones that remembered, that is. Some couldn't be bothered. John Savage tried to get out of it by pretending to be ill, but I got him some man up juice, and he was able to come out and do his message at the end of the day. Just a little bit of words about the episode itself. If you hear a herd of elephants, two or three times it happens during the questions section, and also possibly in the middle as well. It's Alex Sotheran typing. Now, normally what I do is I spend a lot of time editing and taking all the background noise out and stuff, but Alex typing was so loud that I just had to leave it in, just so that you could hear it and understand what a herd of stampeding elephants sound like. So that was very good. We also discussed the magazine cover of the year, and there's a lot of chat about AI, and I might have used that somewhere else in or various other places within the setting of this as a laugh. So don't go, hey, you've used AI for that. That's the joke. There's a big reindeer conspiracy. Look out for that one. And we also have started the Kickstarter for some new Space Marine Cleaning Corps figures. You'll need to listen to the podcast for that. So sit back, get yourself a cup of tea. You probably might need to do this in two or three settings, but whatever. Enjoy it. Don't play it in front of the kids. Without further ado, here is the interview.
Can you believe it? It's the Crusty Colonel. And as I'm recording this, I'm having a lovely glass of vin rouge. I had the privilege of appearing for a few minutes on episode 67 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reet Big War Gamers podcast, and there I talked about filming solo war games for my YouTube channel, the Crusty Colonel's War Games Show. Now, I'm not a big wargamer per se, but I do play the odd full-scale battle, as witnessed by my recent anniversary Battle of Austerlitz earlier in the month. Okay, so it was in 2mm scale, but you can't have everything. Anyway, enough of that. Let's hope the crusty Krampus doesn't beat you with a birch stick, and you get a pile of goodies from the real Santa to add to your growing pile. Misses. Merry Christmas, one and all.
Hello Ken and listeners, this is Dex McHenry, and I was kindly invited onto episode 67 of the Yorkshire Gamers Reap Big War Games podcast. I'm talking to you, I kid you not, from right in the middle of the Baltic Sea, and I hope I don't freeze to death by the time that this little clip has finished recording. I just want to say all the very best to all your listeners. I want to big up the Storm of Steel Massive, wish everyone good Yule, happy holidays, and may their research be sufficiently deep that they can tell their paint water from their glue wine. Good luck, everyone.
Hello everyone, my name's Gary Wills. I was on episode 67 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reap Big War Games podcast. I am a Southerner, as you can probably tell, but I did marry a girl from the East Riding, and we do occasionally like avocado. Anyway, I'd like to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and all the best for 2026. And if you get a chance, please have a look at my publications, Wellington's First Battle, Wellington at Bay, and Throwing Thunderbolts, Wargamer's Guide to the War of the First Coalition. Or have a look at my 40-odd videos on my YouTube channel at Gary Wills, Wargamer Author. As I say, happy Christmas and all the best for 2026.
Oh dear, it's Christmas and I haven't had a drink. Well, I've got some Fanta Zero.
And I meant to bring a drink up with me. Do you mind if you pause a minute, Ken? I'll go get a drink.
Fucking useless. So,
15 seconds in.
So tonight is a special Brews in the Binyard. Special because we've got some very special people on the show. And I'll start with the easy one. So Mr. Hendo himself, Alex Sotheran.
I'm not from Sheffield.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
How you doing, Alex?
I'm good, thank you very much. I'm very good. I've just actually come back from Dirty Leeds, actually, because I've been out for our Christmas do, our works Christmas do. So it's I'm just cleaning the dirt off me at the moment.
So you're pissed.
Where did you go in Leeds?
Bondo Bust, the Indian restaurant.
Never heard of it.
Brilliant! It's a fantastic place. If anyone's in Leeds, go to it. Really good. And we went for a drink in the Adelphi as well.
Oh, very nice. Come to my neck of the woods for a curry, and you go to fucking Leeds.
Well,
Bradford, mate.
you haven't got a Bondo Bust there, otherwise I would do.
Yeah, there's a reason because we have proper curry houses in fucking Bradford, not bloody utter shite that's in the middle of Leeds. Anyway, also on the show tonight is Iain from Flags of War. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing not too bad. Pretty good. Just very busy with work. Not much hobby, but yeah, trying to spin a lot of plates still, as always, and not doing a good job of it, to be fair. Yeah.
Have you had your Christmas do?
My works one, I didn't go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't go.
Oh, fuck, you dirty stop out.
Yeah.
What about Flags of War? Didn't Flags of War have a Christmas do?
It's just me.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Best kind of Christmas do.
I've not been drinking. I've been off alcohol. I've been on a bit of a fitness thing of late. Focusing on my boxing and running, so I've not been drinking. I've had one day of drinking the other week, and I ended up pissed.
Probably the biggest shock of the night already. Fucking Scotsman not drinking.
I ended up really pissed because I hadn't drank in about 2 months.
Oh dear me. Well, you've probably heard his voice already, and it's a voice that we haven't heard for a while on the show. And I'm really glad he's back. And we've now got 4 corners of Brews in the Binyard because it's the return of Mr. Bob Point. It's Sean Clark himself.
You're on mute, Sean.
And he's on fucking mute.
How's that? Can you hear me?
You're back now. You're back.
Yeah,
Amateur.
I've not done this for a while, Ken. I was just saying it looks like the worst boy band in history, or like one of those Teams calls you used to see during COVID.
Yeah.
Where people leave themselves on mute by accident and start talking at the screen.
Well, when I saw the picture for the Two Fat Lardies advent calendar, the 3 of them with all dressed in pantomime dame outfits, I had to put on it, "Fuck me, Banana Armour will let themselves go."
I bet you weren't the only one. Very fond memories of them 3 girls from the 80s.
Oh, well, certainly the dark-haired one.
You are showing your ages, lads.
Oh, come on, Alex.
Come on,
yes, I remember.
You're
I
not made of
remember.
wood.
I do. Fair enough.
You might have been after looking at them photographs.
Well, yeah.
Oh, God almighty.
Right,
how many hours of this have we got?
At least 4. So there we go. So before we get going and before we have a catch up with everyone, there is a bit of a tradition, and there are so many traditions with this show that I have to carry this one going. And this is the Christmas song.
Mhm.
And if you remember last year, I did a wonderful rendition of Fairy Tale in New York, which I thought was really good. But this year, we've got an AI generated Christmas song that is. I think we discussed this on the last show. About 30% of it was quite good, and the rest was just utter fucking shit. So I've had to twist it a bit, but I think it's all right.
Ken, if your figures
right,
start moving on the screen to AI, I'm off. I'm off.
Do you want me to accompany you?
Kiwi. Right. Clear my throat. Tenor. Right, this is called Rolling Dice This Christmas. Well, it's snowing up in Skipton and the kettle's on the boil. My paints are out, my mini's primed, and I'm ready to null oil. The lads are coming over with packs are full of chattels. We'll roll some dice, we'll talk some shite, and maybe fight some battles. Oh, we're rolling dice this Christmas with me brewing hand, telling old war stories of refighting Zulu land. My lead pile's ever growing, but I'll paint it all some way. But the Perrys have got an offer on, so there's fuck all chance of that today. There's mince pies by the rule books and tinsel in me brew. We're setting up a battlefield, it's Waterloo, part 2. I've got my lucky D6 and a dice tray made of wood. If I don't roll a 6 this time, I'm going to fuck it off for good. Oh, we're rolling dice this Christmas like we did last time. Arguing about the rules of which colour's best to prime. The young gun's got his Xbox, but I'll stick to lead and sprue. With me Italian wars in Santa hats and tanks that don't quite glue. Yes, you Rubicon. This is the bridge. We've got baubles on the board edge and snow on Panzer tracks with a Christmas playlist blasting out, mixed in with some plastic crack. The metal ruler's gone cold, the banter fills the air. Mince pies heated in the fire, ready for us to share. So here's to dice and York tea and games that never end. To battlefield disasters and mates who aren't bellends. We'll do it all on Boxing Day and New Year's Eve. We'll see, because Christmas with the Binyard crew is the best that it can be.
Yeah, that was definitely the best. That's the best you've ever done, and it wasn't even you doing it.
60% at least was me, which was all. Which, to be fair, was just all swearing.
Could have did with some music for Sean.
Yeah, I could have done.
If I'd known, mate, I'd have prepared.
Yeah, I'll send you some chords next time.
Please do. Pink ones like those old army officers wear.
Yeah, I'm working on Summer Loving from Greece. For the,
God.
Just remember that job I've told you I've moved into.
Even I can fail to fuck up that badly in small games.
Pension tension is strong in your household.
This is why you got rid of Sean in the first place, isn't it? The abuse is already started.
I can't believe he finally shot the keys out for the lock to the fucking door I put him in.
Well, it's going to work its way through the system at some point, hasn't it?
Yes. Or remember the number to the fucking padlock. So, because you've not been around for a while, Sean, we'll start with you, mate, on the catch up. Last time we spoke to you was probably 2 or 3 years ago, wasn't it?
No, it's about 18 months, isn't it? I think maybe 2 years. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe 2 years.
Yeah.
And I think me and Alex were rigorously taking the piss out of you because you bought some Games Workshop Horus Heresy.
Oh Jesus Christ! That didn't last, mate. That didn't.
Did it not? So let's have the story then about you going into 40k and coming back out again.
It's very short.
Faster than a Catholic with no children.
It was very short, mate. It was a mistake, and I'm happy to confess. If I'd look on this as my confession box.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't last long. I think it lasted for one test match. So 2023 that was when we were playing the Australians at home here, and I listened to one test match. I can't remember which one it was. That's as long as it lasted. So 5 days.
Wow.
And it's gone.
What was it that made you give it up that quick?
Give it up. I thought I need to take up a less expensive hobby like crack cocaine or methamphetamine, to be honest. Because it's just far too rich for my blood.
Did you get anything built, or were you able to sell it off unused, all on sprue?
No, I built it and painted everything because I'm a grown adult, and that's what you do with toy soldiers.
Yeah.
But I
You're
can
the
say
minority on this show.
So I can say it was unused. It was never bloodied.
Huh.
In fact, the rule book didn't even take out of the cellophane. I just put it all back in the box and said, "Who wants part of this shit off me?"
Oh dear!
Yeah.
So that sales course that you've been on, post-retirement, didn't fuck you
worked
well.
well.
Who wants this shit?
House is being repossessed next week, mate. I'm living under a bridge in a cardboard box.
With all the other 40k players.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh dear me! So are you back into the hobby then, Sean? I did briefly see you at parties out of the corner of my eye
as well.
when I had my huge fucking erection that I was shoving in everyone's face. And I didn't see you again after that, so I do apologise.
No, it was a fleeting visit, actually. Weekends are just very busy with sporting activities, not mine, obviously. Although I've got a story about that, which I may go into a bit later on. I was there for about an hour. I mean, it took me an hour and a half to drive there, hour and a half to drive back, and I was there for about an hour. So that wasn't the best use of time. But
did you enjoy the hour though?
Yeah. Well, also, and this I may touch on this shortly. My club has exploded. There's been a big rift that's torn it asunder. So you may not remember this, but Stoke War Games Club has been around for 55 years now. Always been the proud occupants of our own premises, a bit like yourself, Ken, I suppose, in that respect. But we did have to move just before COVID into a Nissan hut in the back streets of Stoke-on-Trent.
Oh, I remember this because you had that big black ISIS flag, didn't you? And all the listeners go back to previous episodes.
Yeah, no, I need to step away from that bit of the conversation. Well, it was a means to an end where we could still meet, but then one half of the club were unhappy with the location, found themselves some beautiful office premises, actually, where an estate agents used to be, on a small business park in Burslem in the north of the city, which was absolutely beautiful. Smelled great. Got flushing toilets, running water. The things that rarely seen around war games clubs. So they sort of left, which left us in a real financial pickle. And there was a bit of a fallout because we'd been left in the shit, basically, because we'd still got rent to pay, and suddenly we've only got half the members. So we were looking at losing the premises, this Nissan hut. When the half that were left behind, one enterprising young fellow went out and managed to find some very similar office premises to where the splitters had gone to. Slightly bigger, just as nice smelling, and it actually in the same office building on the same corridor as where the splitters had gone. It was just an office on the opposite side of the corridor. So now we go on a Friday night, and you go down the corridor, and you've got two war games clubs basically opposite each other in these offices. Now I've got friends in both camps, so I'm sort of. I feel a bit homeless at the moment, but there's quite a bit of animosity from one side to the other. It's not a pleasant experience. I've told them all of them play bolt action to a greater or lesser extent. Just have one big game of bolt action. Let's decide this once and for all. Like men. Let's just because that's what men do.
Yeah,
they'll get the bolt action figures out.
Get the toy soldiers out.
Play toy soldiers, and let's see who can roll more sixes. Is
it the People's Popular Front of Burslem and the Burslam's Popular People's Front?
Essentially, yeah. So it's now you've got the Stoke War Games group, and you've got the Six Town Gamers, because a bit of history. Stoke-on-Trent's made up of six towns. Yeah. So it's there's a lot of nonsense that's gone on. Let's say that day that I saw you at Partisan, Alex.
Yeah.
Something had happened with the Facebook account that was essentially sort of stolen.
Right.
An old Facebook account that got sort of 500 members on it. It was a public-facing thing, but 500 members on it, and that was sort of taken over in a coup, I guess you could say. So we had to sort of anyway. That's of little interest to anybody but me and anybody in Stoke-on-Trent. So I apologise to your listeners in the Ukraine.
It's like a
25% of your listeners in the. I know exactly, mate. Yeah, and it's toy soldiers, and it's grown men playing toy soldiers.
Yeah.
It does amaze me how these things can go so badly wrong. I mean, I'm talking 30 years ago. Now there was a split in the Leeds club in that we moved from Wednesdays to Thursdays.
Jesus.
And there was a guy, he didn't speak to me about 20 years afterwards. So
sacred those Wednesdays were.
They were. We used to have a magazine called The Free Hack, and so I did this front cover that was basically, I'd like cut loads, because it's pre-internet days, I cut loads of stuff out of newspapers, and I got a picture of a riot, and I'd put Thursday crew superior over Wednesday losers and all. And, you know, as with anything I do, 95% of the world got it and 5% got really, really fucked off with it.
And start shouting very loudly.
Yeah. So we might cover some of the people who are shouting loudly at the moment. So we'll cover projects and stuff later on. So I won't give me a big stick about. But Alex, we'll move on to you next, mate. How is life at the Storm of Steel media empire? Have Netflix made a bid yet?
Not yet. I'm waiting for it, but I'm also waiting for Warner Brothers as well to put something in Paramount. But the inbox is pretty quiet, unfortunately, at this point. But you know, I keep refreshing it, and you just never know. What's that?
A new Looney Tunes episode?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
I think you're in it now, Ian. I think this is it.
Yeah, this is it. Well, welcome, welcome abroad. This is definitely all, folks. Grant. To be honest, I've I just got over 18,000 subscribers the other day. Well, a few couple of months ago.
I remember when you were nobody, Alex, when you came on my podcast.
And I still am. I think subscribers went down after that, Sean, to be honest. I'm hoping.
How come Alex has gone through the roof and I've gone fucking nowhere? God's own scale. It'll send you to the world.
But yeah, I think you were one of the first podcasts that I ever did, Sean. To be honest, back in COVID days.
I broke you, didn't I? Not broke you in the sense of mentally.
Well, you did, but
it'll be the algorithm though. For Alex, it'll just be the algorithm of everybody searching for Trench Crusade. They find these.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, go straight through, yeah.
Searching for trenches, you come across Alex, and about 20 minutes in, they're like, not what I was looking for.
The amount of traffic I'm getting off it's unbelievable.
This is real trenches now. No.
Historical. Oh, I don't like that. There's no goblins in it.
I think it's alphabet discrimination. A for Alex is clearly I'm white Yorkshire gamer, so everyone's fucking fed up by the time.
There's nobody bothered. That used to be a thing, didn't it? This is you reminded me back in about 25 years ago when I started in archaeology. All the archaeological units had a name that started with A because it came first in the phone books. Yeah. It was like, Aardvark Archaeology and Aaron A. Aardvark's Archaeology and things like that.
I think a Yorkshire Gamer podcast is coming soon.
A rebrand.
I'll be A Storm and Steel.
Relaunch.
So I'll still be before you.
Yeah, so obviously in a few weeks' time when I relaunch my channel, with me fronting it now I can come out from behind the thing.
Yeah, it could be
A up.
No, H, that's quite far down the alphabet, isn't it? E, no, E.
Bagum Yorkshire.
I haven't got a clue what they're saying, Ian. I'm sorry. I do apologise. I can't translate for you. I'm the wrong side of the Pennines.
Me and Alex are just going off on a side thing there. But yeah, you seem to be popping up everywhere, Alex. You've been in fucking miniature war games. No, the other one. Warlord Illustrated.
War games. War Games Illustrated, Warlord Illustrated. Yeah, that was with James Morris. I met up with him in January, and then we played a couple of games of First World War stuff. Some from Verdun that he'd got some tables for, and then he basically wrote an article off the back of it, and I made a couple of videos off the back of it as well. So it was like a bit of a mutual.
It took ages to get it out, didn't
it? For his article to come out, yeah. I don't know why they'd obviously got all the stuff backed up because we did it in January and it must have been summertime, I think, when they released it. Because I was kind of holding off with the videos. I was saying to him, when they're going to put it out? I'll just sit in on these videos for ages. They said,
I think it was. We talked about it in the last show, which was May time, and it hadn't come out. So it's still there.
So it must be a bit later. I've got the magazine somewhere, but I can't remember what date it is. But yeah, it was much later on.
I did think there was a really funny bit in that where the goblins thing came up.
Yeah.
And it just made me laugh of how Warlord Illustrated went so far round the houses not to mention this podcast.
I'm still surprised they
falling out
allowed them in the article because of the guilt by association thing.
Wait, you already disassociated yourselves from me last episode. Fucking left me standing there with a white fucking square on my heart.
It's all right.
I think it does take quite a while with some of the articles to come out. I think they do.
It does. I wrote an article for WSS magazine for their First World War one. I thought it was going to be coming out in the last one, but it's not. It's the next issue. So the problem is, as well, is these magazines, when you do write an article for them, they generally pay. Most of them pay. But they don't pay for months and months and months and months after the article's been released. And the article hasn't been released for months and months after you've actually written it. So you kind of forget that you're actually owed this money. It's just because it's so long gone. It's like, well, then you realise, oh yeah, I should chase that up. So yeah, it takes some.
I did photo shoot with
just...
War Games Illustrated for Border Wars, and it's never been published.
Has it not?
Spent the whole day down there taking photos.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they just have to decide what goes into as it makes it as an article or not. I guess, isn't it? Did you get paid for it? Or is it like a freebie for yourself?
Yeah,
kind of
I was going down for Partisan, and the kind of guy said, "Look, why don't you come over and we can do a walkthrough of the game and do a setup and kind of walk through it and stuff and take all the photos." But I never heard anything else after that. They said it would be published, but no.
Well, you never know. These things, it's like, sometimes they have these articles just like waiting, don't they, in case they haven't got anything for that issue. So they'll just put something in, so you never know. But I suppose it's been around for a while.
Yeah, I'm
writing.
I'll come in, but I'm writing the second version of the rules.
Oh, okay. So yeah, they kind of missed the boat on it, really, if that's the case. If they're trying to promote it or get a publicity off the back of it for themselves.
Maybe you'll get a tiny little photograph about that big.
You still going on about that?
Let it go.
Livid.
Let it go.
Livid. Anyway. So have you got like a swathe of stuff coming out over Christmas, Alex?
I have. I've got a video this Friday as we record this. It's the fourth part of a campaign, pint-sized campaign on the Jitra line for Chain of Command 2, and I've also got a Christmas special video coming out on the 24th, so Christmas Eve, another Chain of Command set during Operation Winter Storm, which is the fighting around Stalingrad. The guys from Little Wars TV are doing some stuff at the moment on the campaigns. I don't know if you've seen their latest videos.
Yes, I have, yeah.
And on their Patreon, they had a really good interview with a guy talking about it as well, talking about logistics and stuff. And I thought, oh yeah, let's do something with that, and it means I can throw some snow about.
Was that Bhutar they did? I know
that's right.
Yeah, he's quite prolific. He is, isn't he, with his Eastern Front books? Yeah,
I'd not actually heard of him before, which I was quite surprised at. But I've put some of his books on my Christmas list. Because there's nothing like seeing German soldiers starve to death and have to eat each other and horses and things to bring some Christmas joy into your world, is there? Really?
Well, once you've done with the King's speech, I mean, what else are you going to do?
Exactly. Joy to the world.
Yeah. I did used to follow, when I was on Twitter, I did used to follow him, actually. He seemed quite an interesting guy. I think he's a doctor by trade, but...
he certainly, he's got that mannerism to him in the interview with them.
Yeah,
it's hard to explain, but when you say he's a doctor, it kind of goes, oh yes, he feels like a doctor. You know what I mean? His mannerisms.
To be honest, I'm amazed Little Wars managed to get an appointment with him. He thought that go through some burly secretarial reception.
Yeah. Had to go through Anima Health.
Yeah.
Sign on, talk to somebody. Yeah.
Sometimes you get that with people. When I contacted Nick Jellicoe, grandson of the Admiral at Jutland, I thought, I'm fucking never going to hear from this ever. Oh yeah, no problems, Ken. I'll come on. 2 hours into the show, are you all right, mate? Yeah. Oh yeah, no problems. I'm enjoying this. Let's keep going. 4.5 hours of fucking podcast with Nick.
It's probably my favourite ever episode. That was kind of.
Yeah, it was good.
I don't know shit all about the subject of the period, but
me neither. And I thought, it was really fascinating. Yeah, I learnt a lot from it. But I think people just like to talk about their specialism, don't they? Their speciality, yeah. And that's it, no matter
That's why I was 4 idiots are sat here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No matter how small the podcast is, like the Yorkshire Gamer one,
you have to lower yourself occasionally, do you?
Yeah, of course, 4 listeners
small.
in the Ukraine.
Well, because they should be fighting. Oh, shit.
Right, Sergey.
I broke my stick.
Broke your erection.
Thank God the listeners can't see what's going on.
I wish they could. The speaking's worse. The image on your head.
I did some oil painting earlier on with the horses, and the fucking room stinks. And I can't
Are the horses
open
any good at painting?
They're really good, actually.
It's surprised.
Take
I
up-
wasn't able to hold the brushes with their hooves, but you know.
They haven't got opposable thumbs, have they? So it's just
Well-
it's quite amazing they've done that.
Compared to some of the stuff I've seen on Facebook, they're actually quite good. I think it'd come up on eBay as pro painted. Brackets by a horse. Anyway, hey, they'd never be short of hair for the brushes, though, would they?
No.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
There you go. Always think positive. Always think positive. Right. So, thank you, Alex. We'll move on to Iain. And how are things for you, mate? You said you were busy and pulled from pillar to post at the start of the show.
Yeah, just kind of busy with work, but trying to do all the other stuff with the hobby as well. I've been in a bit of a crazy 3D printing phase just now.
Is it whirring away in the background?
It's not tonight because it is quite noisy. But I got a new 3D printer and it's like a dream compared to the other ones that I've bought in the past. So this one just prints for fun. I've just got terrain coming out my ears. There's terrain everywhere. For projects I probably never even get anywhere near. I'm just printing terrain for the sake of printing terrain.
That's always been my thing why I've never bought a printer, because I just know I'd print so much stuff that I'd never ever get to paint.
I want to.
It's like
But
the temptation's there though, isn't it? That's it, just to keep putting stuff in and just pushing it out. But what are you printing? What's the
I'd
terrain?
put some
you're doing?
stuff on Ken's one, and it kind of showed that I was printing stuff for Gangs of Rome. So I'd been printing out just like a Rome table.
Gangs of Barnsley on this
Gangs
show.
of
Gangs of Barnsley on this show.
So just like the tempo and shops and stuff. But I've been printing stuff for my New York style boards for Street Wars, Border Wars, kind of anything really that can come along.
Yeah.
And I need to print some stuff for my Battle Falkirk project as well. So just printing and printing.
Any figures?
Yeah, well, I've got
scenery?
two types of printers. I've got the FDM printer and I've got a resin one. So
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
print a lot on the resin with the figures, but I've not. So I've recently been printing. I printed out a whole range of figures I'm going to paint with the kids, and I want to try and do a Christmas Ghostbusters game.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Love the sound of that.
So the
Excellent.
idea is I've got loads of Ghostbusters stuff, but because it's Christmas, I bought these STLs, and it's like Christmas trees that are evil Christmas trees and evil snowmen and evil gingerbread men. And I'm actually going to make it that it's a Grinch that's kind of unleashed these spirits that's taken over all this Christmas, like Bloomingdale's window theme or something. And they've all came alive. So
Love the sound of that.
so I'm going
Brilliant.
but it's basically been toying around with a set of rules to play with the kids because they're still so young. They don't really understand gaming. William, my oldest boy, he gets crazy at Monopoly. So I dread to think how he's going to be with wargaming. So I'm just trying to get something that is so simple.
As simple as
Like
possible.
you roll
yeah.
one dice and it will be a kill or not, whatever. Probably 2+ is a kill, basically, for William. And no doubt he'll get
Excellent.
ones and go absolutely crazy. So smash up my table. So yeah, and I actually got Crooked Dice. Actually, did a figure with War Games Illustrated as well. It was the Lee Majors figure from the Scrooge movie.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we need
Well,
to talk
that was a theme for War Games Illustrated to have on the cover with the Santa and the Mrs. Claus. Yeah, I can see Ken's face, but I love it. I'm like, it's an absolute great idea because it was the advert from Scrooge, the movie, for what was it? When Christmas was stolen or something. The night.
It's Grinch who stole Christmas.
It was, so in the movie Scrooged, obviously it's about the TV shows that they make, and it was this It was a film that they made. It was basically a movie that he did, and Lee Majors comes in and he's got the big Gatling gun and he saves them and stuff. So he'll feature in the Ghostbusters game, I think. So I printed him out as well. I get him free with the War Games Illustrated sign up. So
excellent. We want to see some pictures of that.
Yeah, hopefully, and unfortunately, I did buy speed paints.
Are you just on the wind up for Ken tonight?
The boys are.
It's boiling over.
It's supposed to be relaxing Christmas.
They're ages 4 and 6, so my idea is that'll get them idea of painting.
I do think, though, in general, War Games Illustrated use of AI for covers is a real positive for the hobby, don't you think?
Let's just save that for the next part of the show when we've got our rants.
So yeah, 3D printing.
Fucking one, come in.
I mentioned there that I've not really been advertising as much on anywhere really, but I'm writing Border Wars version 2. Try to come up, wheeling and dealing, try to get agreements in place to try and come up with like a new starter set that can be easier because the guys at Cerisa, they're limited in space, so when they go to the shows, we want to try and make it as easy as possible for people to buy Border Wars. So I'm trying to come up the same way that the guys at Gangs of Rome and Barons War and stuff from Footsore, they kind of sell them in the boxes. That's the idea. I'm trying to come up with a few solutions to make it a lot easier rather than just pumping a box full of metal. So there's a few things in place, and I've got a number of projects on the go. Not much gaming, just working and going to the gym.
Have you got like a super duper tagline for Border Wars 2? You know, like Judgment Day or Border Wars 2. My bastle's bigger than yours.
Well, the first one was called Under a Reaver's Moon.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, and then the second one.
Extra point for
the
that.
Second, I toyed with the idea when we were going to do the campaign book as a separate book. I was going to call it Dish of Spurs, but there is a book called A Dish of Spurs. It's a Border Reaver fiction book, so it was kind of like, non-fiction book. I was kind of like, I don't know what the whole IP situation is with something like that.
Ooh, dangerous.
I'm not sure with a book.
Yeah,
how it works.
But the term's widely used. It's a Border Reaver term for when they would give a dish of spurs to tell them to go and raid because there was no food.
I don't think you can copyright something like that. I mean, the older ones among us will remember when The Power of Love was in the charts with at least 3 different bands, if not 4, at the same time, all different songs.
Yeah.
Huey Lewis and the News.
I think the only
Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Jennifer Rush,
that was the one I couldn't remember. Airplane was the difficult one that you struggle to remember.
But there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it in the hobby, and I know like Claymore Castings. There's another company called Claymore. It's a 3D company. There's quite a lot of it across. I'd actually seen. I was doing a search. There was a Gladiator game by the Australian company. It was a Blood in the Sands. There's actually a fantasy company called the exact same game.
Yeah, I think the problem is it's probably not so much the copyright issue. It's the fact that people get mixed up with stuff, don't they?
Yeah, and
you know what I mean.
At least with mine,
you're already competing against something that's
at least with mine, it's
not like reality and fantasy with fucking goblins.
Yeah, and that's probably the benefit I would have. Is that the book it's a Border Reaver story. If you haven't read it, it's really good. But that's called A Dish of Spurs. I was what you call mine's just Dish of Spurs, not really A Dish of Spurs. So I've not made up my mind yet. I'll probably.
I've just bought it, Iain. He says A Dish of Spurs, an unputdownable historical adventure.
Really, it's free books. Really good.
Yeah. I've just bought the first one.
Batty Coal House. So
Sean, it's Christmas next week. Are you not on a book buying ban?
Oh, I just bought a load of books today off Helene as well.
I'm not allowed to buy anything. I hate this time of year.
I nearly bought an Italian Wars one, but I didn't.
Who's interested in
No,
that shit?
but that's kind of where I went with it. I mean, and unfortunately,
fancy,
I was like,
fancy coats.
It
Who
was
cares?
a new Pavia one by Pelion. I was kind of like, oh, I might buy this. It's all about the tapestry.
Dear.
But then I went, no.
Well, if you want to know anything about Pavia, I did a 3.5-hour podcast
listened
on
to
the
it. It was
one
good.
battle.
But no, I bought the new one. It was on the Irish during the 1500s.
Drinking, fighting, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I did a couple.
Nothing else.
I did a couple.
Just
Irish
drinking and fighting.
Irish through history, drinking and fighting.
Yeah, I did a few more. I bought a War of the Roses one. I don't know why. I'm not interested in War of the Roses, but I was.
Well, you might spark an interest if you look at it.
If I added more books, I was getting free postage, so I added another 30. It was like I did about another £40 on just to get. So I could save £4 on postage.
yeah, I'm saying.
Bargain.
I'm a winner. Yeah.
We all know those kind of discounts.
I have thankfully stayed away from the War Games Foundry one, which always gets me every year, where it's like 25% off over 300 quid or something like that, and then you end up on free postage. And then you end up spending the 25% you've saved on something else.
Always.
It's almost as though they work these things out, isn't it, beforehand?
War gamers are the easiest group of people to sell to in the world. It's not hard. And everyone goes, oh, the hobby's expensive. It isn't expensive. You make it expensive by buying a load of shit that you don't need.
Or printing.
Or printing a load of shit that you don't need. Thankfully, I've not gone into printers. Have you gone into printing, Sean? Have you gone down that road?
Yeah, so I've got a good friend. In fact, I've got a couple of friends. I'll end the sentence there. I've got 2 friends.
Showing off.
2 more than me.
Who are very much into the printing. One of them is a science teacher, and he was trying to talk me into getting a printer. Now I've got 2 left feet, and I'm useless around technology. So
you're like Ken's horses with a painting.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I feel about as adept at painting as Ken's horses. But I did buy one when I retired, actually, Ken. I thought I'm going to treat myself. So I bought an Elegoo Mars 4 resin printer. Don't know if that means anything.
Say that again. I missed it.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
What kind of printer?
I heard the name. So
Elegoo Mars 4. It was the full kit with the washing station and the curing thing, the UV light.
I've got the NAQ one. It's quite good.
Yeah, so
it comes with its own bathroom.
In fact, I printed.
Does it have a bidet?
You're probably not going to be able to see this, but this was a dwarf on a bear. That was the one thing I printed. And you might notice it should have. Sorry, where the fucking hellfire?
No, I don't need to see it again.
No, I know. So here should be a hand with an axe, right? You'll notice it's missing. I didn't know this, but if you get sort of a partially failed print, then you should filter out the resin because there'll be a lump, a misshapen lump in it. I didn't know this, so then proceeded to try and print something else out, and there you see Ian's face.
You'll basically break the LCD screen.
There you go, broke the LCD screen. So that's about 500 quid. And my friend did say, in fairness, she can replace it. It takes 50 or 60 quid or whatever. But I cannot be arsed. I cannot be arsed with it, I'm afraid. I have no idea what I'm doing with it. There's fucking resin everywhere, all over my hands, up my nose. The house stank of it.
So
It's just not
good
for
answer. 3D
Sean's
printers.
adventures in printing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Come to a swift end.
Ask me about Mexico.
Oh.
I'm not impressed with the 3D printing one. I love the fact of hearing Iain talk about it. It's fantastic, and people can print armies in a day and all these buildings, because buildings are generally one of the most expensive things that we can buy, aren't they?
It's not even half of the stuff. I print.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Particularly for things like Gangs of Rome, where you want those lovely buildings.
Barnsley, Gangs of Barnsley.
You've got way more buildings than figures on the table, haven't you?
You've got this one. Obviously, no one will be able to see it. But this was a 3D print of an Irish bar that I've done for my New York board.
Nice.
Oh, that's very nice.
You see, that probably cost you 30 or 40 quid, would it? I suppose if you bought it from a show, and you might want 10 of those.
I've got
table.
loads. I printed a cinema. I've printed a taxi shop. That's a dice tower.
You're depressing me now, Iain, because that's what I envisaged.
Well, so you don't want a resin printer for terrain. You want a you want a filament printer, and that was I got the bamboo printer, and that's about my third or fourth FDM printer, and this one I don't need to do anything. This one is
I've heard good things about the bamboo.
Is clever. This is like they've infused things like AI and stuff into it and stuff, and it's got its own inbuilt camera. I can watch it from work and make sure that everything's printing okay.
No way.
And I think I've had one failed print, and it was just an issue that it got caught. But it's been printing for hours. I've got a table behind me full of fully printed buildings from Rome, from New York, and what else did I do? I printed the Ghostbusters firehouse for my Ghostbusters. So I need to get painting, but for the kids, they don't really care. They're
for the kids. Keep saying about the kids.
I
know. Yeah. You don't even have kids.
Just eyes a couple in some photographs in a couple of weeks. Oh look, they're getting bigger. Right, fuck off.
But yeah.
Yeah, so I love the idea of 3D printing, but it's just not for me, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's passed me by.
Do you not think, Sean, that you would perhaps maybe just pick it up again if you can repair the thing for 50 or 60 quid? Is it worthwhile just giving it a second go? Or do you think is it kind of like too much of a kick in the face? First of all, you're kind of recovering from that.
No, joking aside, my friend Aid has said he'll come round and repair it. And in fairness to him, he did say, "Come round to my house, let me show you how it works." And I thought, no, I've put IKEA furniture together before. I know these things work.
I know better than you. I know this technology inside out.
With the 3D printing is a real learning process, because as you say, you've had a failed print. It stays in there. You need to make sure that those things are supported and stuff when you're going to print it. And I print a lot of the masters for the figures that I'm getting done, so I can test them, make sure that they work fine before they go away to get molded into metal. But I can go through numerous iterations of those figures because I maybe have one tiny little bit and it will just print flat because it's not got a support on it to make sure that because if you imagine everything, that single thing that's printing, it's just a layer, just tiny little layers that will print in and just build them up. And if it's not got something can't build up if it's not got something below it. So it's just appears out of nowhere to the printer. So it will just sit at the bottom and it will not attach to where you're wanting it to. So that's why you need the supports. So I can, as I say, I can print out something in the tiniest little, like a bit on the ankle has went flat, and I'm like, well, I can't send that to a molder to then get made into metal. So you can go through it, and it can get a bit frustrating. And I'm not that great with it. I can just, there's a lot of support in the software that you get. You can just hit like auto supports, but it's not the best. It's not always the greatest. It doesn't always give you 100%, and you sometimes need to go through it. So I'm quite lazy and just hit auto and print it, and then if it fails, it fails. I'll try it again and put it at different angles.
I think in the new year, once Christmas is out of the way, I might revisit. But Yeah, I mean, it's not like I haven't got anything to paint, so like any of us.
Spoken like a true wargamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, hardly ever in that situation. So we'll move on to the second part of the show shortly and talk about the year gone by and the year to come. But before we do that, it's corner time. So, Sean, we haven't had it for a while, and it's been disappointing in the past.
You might say that, but your listeners in the Ukraine, mate, I hear that
they are tuning in just for this, especially.
It's my Mexican listeners that I'm particularly worried about as we go across to Sean's Mexican corner.
Did you know? I haven't prepared for this. I've not prepared for this. So, Iain, I've got a fascination with the Mexican Revolution.
I've listened before.
Okay, so yeah. So in fact, you're probably well versed then, because I will have imparted a lot of knowledge on you.
The only time you actually told us anything, the fucking recording didn't work.
Well, I mean, the lives of Pablo Escobar and Emilio Estevez, as we know, the two well-known leaders,
characters.
The main characters. So, did you know? I mean, I found this really interesting. Alex, can you just stay awake for this bit?
We'll be the judge of this.
That around about 10% of the Mexican population died during the Mexican Revolution.
In Mexico as a country, not Mexico as a city.
There's a difference, Ken. I know it's difficult, mate, because you're the wrong side of the Pennines. And I appreciate it. 10%, so around about 1 to 2 million deaths, making it the deadliest conflict in the Americas.
Well, happy Christmas, everybody!
Merry Christmas.
Let's all think about that for a while.
Yeah, just soak that
Mexico.
up.
God.
You've been to holiday, have you, in Mexico?
I haven't, no.
You haven't? No. Apparently, it's lovely.
I've just come back from Malta. That was very nice.
I know it begins with M.
It's a slightly different game. They're both quite warm.
The other interesting fact, and this is interesting, and as war gamers, you can appreciate this, that I spent months painting up hundreds and hundreds, not on your scale, Ken, I appreciate, because these are 15mm figures, and to play on a 5x3 table, which I think is the ideal size of table for an evening's war game, at 2,000 points aside, because we all know we need balanced forces.
We need points.
Using D100s and D1000s round dice. We all know, Ken. We all know that this is your secret fetish. But I spent months painting up 2 armies of Mexican Revolution figures of Federalistas and rebels, and I've yet to use them.
Is there much difference between the two? Does one have like a curly down moustache and one has a curly up moustache?
Do you know what? I mean, there's not much in the English language available to read about the Mexican Revolution, but there is one very good book, and I don't think I've got it to my side here, but called Villa and Zapata. I think it's free on Kindle. Just give it a little read. There's my best book of the
year.
That's what I was going to ask. Is this period the Pancho Villa stuff? Yeah.
Yes, Pancho Villa. So you're talking 1910 to 1920, 10 years of war, lots of colourful characters. Everybody dies at the end of it. Nobody comes out of it, apart from the fact that it was one of the first liberal constitutions that came out of it. So women's rights were promoted. Hang on.
Is that because there was no blokes left?
I'm not reading this at all. Here we go. I can't feel it.
But you say you never played it though, Sean. You got all the bits and pieces. You never played it, despite the fact that you have access to 2 wargaming groups in Stoke now.
2 separate clubs, and nobody will play with me.
What's that about?
It's one side playing one side of the Mexican Revolution, and the other room's playing the other. And
you'll love one side of it, Ken, because they're all about the big game. They're all, so they've got a massive, 12, 15-foot table or whatever. They'll set up a game, leave it up for weeks on end. They'll use a set of rules called Victoriana, which are originally from that run on a Spectrum 48K or 128K. Actually, do you remember?
Nice.
They've used an emulator now, so they can run it off the PC. But they've been using that since about 1989.
Oh, God almighty.
And you move in centimetres. And when I first joined the Stoke Club all those years ago, I was trusted with the ammo wagon. I've probably told this before. Trusted with the ammo wagon. And it would move 5 centimetres a turn. So I'd get my tape measure out across this huge table with thousands of figures on it. Right? Lovely, beautiful, like sort of railway sculpted terrain, like a train model railway layout. And I'd move this little ammo wagon 5 centimetres, and we'd have about 3 turns a night. So I'd measure out 3 times this ammo wagon moving 15 centimetres across the table. So right, Jack, same time next week, and I'd go home and think, oh yeah, that was great. That was.
I'm not surprised you didn't continue playing that kind of game.
I know, mate. I know, incredible. So they do that, and then the other half are mainly bolt action players. Sorry, Alex, I know it's not chain of command. I've told them about chain of command, but so to a very long answer to a short question. No, nobody will play with them.
I'll come over, mate, and we'll have a go.
Yeah.
I'll put my moustache on.
But you won't like it, okay? Because it's only a 5x3 board.
Exactly.
I was watching 3-Body Problem. I don't know if anybody's watched it.
Yeah. Don't spoil it because I haven't watched the last 2 yet.
Right. But are you watching Netflix or the Chinese one?
What do you mean?
The Chinese version on YouTube that's about 30 episodes long. That is brilliant.
Okay.
Compared to the Netflix one, which is
I'm not watching the Netflix one, so
that's shocking compared to the Chinese one. Anyway,
back
to the story. Watching 3-Body Problem on Netflix, and Benedict Wong, the Chinese detective in the Netflix version, told the fucking tequila joke.
Why did the Mexican push his wife off the cliff?
Yeah.
Wow.
He told the joke. I just
saw that episode. Yeah.
That is brilliant. I'm going to watch it now just for that.
It's about 8 episodes in short, so strap yourself in.
I was waiting for it to come up on the credits. Tequila joke, as originally heard on the Brews in the Binyard by
Did he go? Did he do that?
He didn't do that. No. I think he was in. If I remember rightly, Alex, he was in a car with somebody else.
He was, yeah.
The look that they gave him
was the same look that we gave you.
Similar to the looks I got back from you, Pat. Yeah, I can imagine.
Absolute silence. But for a joke that bad to travel that far.
Comedy knows no borders, Ken.
No, it doesn't.
It's a universal language.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why this show does so well. Anyway,
this is comedy. Or universal. Or even in a language.
Thank you for that, Sean. We have educated ourselves and the world on the Mexican Revolution. I don't know whether you're aware of this, but I've got a little bit of a hatred for Mexico at the moment. Because
just added to the list.
Well, no, you guys know about this because I took the award-winning Mentana game to Salute, and loads of people came up and said, "Is it the Mexican Revolution?"
I haven't heard that bit, mate. That's funny. I like that.
So obviously, Italian flag, red, white, green, similar to Mexico, and during that part of the Risorgimento, different parts of Italy had put shields in the centre of the flag. So the two Sicilies have got like a red shield with a white cross on, and then the Italian state put a crown on top of that. and everyone's looking at it going, "Oh, is it Mexico?" Fuck off. I was polite. I was polite to start with.
Well, but I don't understand why that makes you angry at Mexico. Mexico's done nothing.
It's an innocent party.
They've literally done nothing.
They've copied the flag. I had to go back in my time machine and kill 10 million people as revenge, and they still haven't got it.
Joking aside, though, that clearly means this podcast is reaching far and wide, and clearly the most popular part of the podcast is the Mexican corner, the Mexico corner.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
So
it is.
There's probably a spike in the listeners if you look at the people listening. That when the Mexican corner bit comes up.
Yeah. So thank me later, Ken. Thank me later.
I will.
You're welcome.
It's fantastic to have you back on the show, mate. I've missed you so much.
I've got to go now anyway.
So from Mexico, we go to Scotland, or somewhere between Scotland and Derby and back. Iain, Jacobite Corner.
Jacobite Corner.
What do we got?
You put me on the spot with this one. I knew it would have been coming, and I was like, oh.
Put you on the spot. We've been talking about it for a week.
Well, not the fact that I was going to have to think of something, but I did.
Were there any Mexicans in the Jacobite Revolution?
Not that I'm aware of.
It'd have been a more interesting war if there was.
You'll probably find there maybe some Scottish in the Mexican Revolution.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. I don't
Sanchez McDonald.
But they had what was it? What was the American War? The Irish.
Yeah, US Mexican War.
Patrick's battalion defected from America and went to fight for the Mexicans, to fight for the Catholic nation.
See, everything comes back to Mexico in the end.
Stop stalling
Yeah,
McDonald.
so
I
actually had a read. I was looking through various books trying to think of something that would be interesting. I actually seen two. One that I never knew about and one that I did. But I'll go with the one that I did know about because it's quite a subject when I'm discussing a lot of things with the person who got me into things like history, got me into things like the Jacobite Rebellion, and it's my dad. He can sometimes have a very warped view of his version of history, and being a very pro. I grew up in a very pro-unionist household, so he's very on one side of the debate in terms of the Jacobite Rebellion. I kind of take
quite polemic, shall we say?
I try to take politics out of it and kind of go with try to just understand all of it and just appreciate it for what it is. It's not part of modern day politics, my view. So, but one of the very first things I ever remember watching about the Jacobite Rebellion was the film Culloden, the 1964 BBC film, and many people see it. And there's a quote or a line in that, and my dad still uses this. He's adamant that this was said at the battle, and it's the bit that Lord Elcho turns round and says to Bonnie Prince Charlie, "Run, you cowardly Italian." And this comes from that. There was stories that Lord Elcho didn't like Bonnie Prince Charlie. It was quite. So there's a lot of writings he done talking about the prince, and it comes across as quite jealous of him, but he never ever mentions these words. No one has ever mentioned these words, and it seems to appear around 1820 with Sir Walter Scott, but before that it's never mentioned. There's a lot of problems in terms of Scottish history, especially when Walter Scott's involved. It's romantic and changed, and everyone's kind of like, that's it. So Walter Scott wrote it. And like, no, did he? But where did he just make it up? Just because he made it up over 100 years ago doesn't mean it's true. But one of the things that people try and use, you've had Aaron Johnson on, and he's a big supporter of what Bonnie Prince Charlie was, to his cause as a person, everything, and some of the things is when they say he at the battle he stood back and he never got involved in any way, shape or form. He kind of stood on I've seen stuff about standing on a stone, but there doesn't seem to ever be a stone at Culloden. There's a stone at the Battle of Falkirk. They say it's Charlie's stone. That's where he was kind of situated. At Culloden, you've got Cumberland's stone, where they say he potentially maybe taking his breakfast on the day of the battle. Whether these things happen, I'm always a little bit dubious. But one of the things that they say, no one has ever written that Bonnie Prince Charlie ran away or stood away. There's a lot of details people written in terms of him being very close to the battle, even the fact that his horse was shot from under him. It was wounded and it fell, so he must have been close enough. One of his grooms was actually killed by his side by cannon fire, so it kind of lets you know how close he was. And then there was obviously a story of him trying to charge towards the British lines and was held back by his lifeguard. And then, as all generals do, he will retreat from the battle at some point. But there's never this one. So many people will use it today, this quote of "Run, you cowardly Italian." But
it's interesting stuff like that. I'm fascinated by it. You know, these kind of like folk tales that arise that people think are, 100% real because they were written down 200 years after something happened by somebody who's, got a reason for writing it, and it becomes a fact, even though you can never find anything before that time.
We've debated one of them, Lions Led by Donkeys, so many times. This gets said, it gets repeated so many times. And the thing with a lot of the stuff with the Jacobite, a lot of it became prior to it, after it, or during it, and after it. It was a massive propaganda war. Same with the English Civil War. It's hugely propaganda.
Of course, yeah.
One side wins, they get to write the narrative. Do you know what I mean? So they control everything in terms of the media. We're printing stuff at this time. And I remember looking at loads of stuff in terms of English Civil War, where they started with all the woodcut prints and stuff, and it would be, what was it, was it Prince Rupert's sacking of Bolton? And that was kind of like seen as one of the first propaganda wars, and that was kind of, they had depictions of them basically putting babies on pitchforks and everything, and they're like, they're running wild, and people are like, oh my god, we have to stop these bloody royalists.
Because they had Boy, his dog was white, but in those pictures they painted his dog black and made it out that it was the dog of the devil.
But
so somebody pointed out to me on the fucking internet again, with my Prince Rupert command stand, I painted the dog black. Oh, I think you'll find that the boy was white. I think you'll find that you're a fucking dickhead and you don't know your history. And it was black in the parliamentarian promotion or
depiction of it.
But it's the same with painting generals and everything. One of the most famous political images from Britain and Northern Ireland is the image of William of Orange on a white horse, and it was like well detailed that his horse was not white. His war horse, his favourite war horse, was brown. But all the images paints as a glory image of him crossing at the Boyne on a white horse, and people go, "Oh yeah, he was on a white horse." I'm like, no, he wasn't. But
it's projecting an image, isn't it? It's like it's like purity and chastity and whatever, like godliness and cleanliness and things, isn't it?
And that's the thing
brown horse
that Culloden film did. It printed an image in many people's heads because during it you see the prince and he's in the distance and it turns to Lord Elcho, and that was a great movie, the way that it did all the close-ups. And that one of the things I always remember about it is it goes through and they're talking. It's like an interview, almost like a battlefield interview, and they're asking people, "What's your name?" And he tells them their name, and they've not ate for a couple of days, and there's a little kid in it. And his name's Iain McDonald. And I always remember as a kid going, He's got my name. But there's that scene that it's Lord Elcho, and it's his face. It's zoomed right into the teeth. And just run, you cowardly Italian. And then that's what it's saying. So the man who got me into all things history, going to Civil War reenactment battles, trooping battlefields all over Scotland and castles, going to the Somme all these years, still to this day is adamant that was said by Lord Elcho.
That was what was said, yeah. Amazing.
It's nothing like sticking to your guns.
He's just like, no, it was. He was an alcoholic. He was this and that. I'm like,
it amazes me how people can keep it going as well. The hatred for all these years.
yes.
Bastards. Years ago, I dealt with a job where somebody had tried to run somebody over with a combine harvester. And thankfully they hadn't.
What do they do? Outrun it?
Let's say that there wasn't a lot of thought gone into this. Anyway, Sean will know the clever criminals are on television. I'm really not like that. Anyway, it turned out that this family feud had started in 1946 or something like that, when one of the families had left a gate open and a whole herd of cows got out. And, anyway,
sounds like Stoke War Games Club to me.
Yes.
We know how to hold a grudge up here.
It's like you seen the TV series Hatfields and McCoys? That's what that's like. It's like it starts off. It's like one innocent accidental killing or something, and it creates a feud that lasts a lifetime of generations of these family members just killing each other in America.
Yeah, you kind of get to a point where they've forgotten entirely what the whole thing was about in the first place, and it's just like we have to do this thing because that's what we do now.
Right, so before we finish the section, I don't want Alex to feel left out. So we're going to have an archaeology corner. And I've got a question for you, Alex, and I know you're going to hit me next time you see me, but I am going to ask it anyway.
Can I just... Sorry.
I'm fearful of what's coming.
Just let me add one thing, though, first, Ken. Obviously, me and Ian have given some real serious history there, so I need you to give it the gravitas that it deserves.
Of course,
Carry
absolutely.
on, Ken.
I mean, I wouldn't let you down, Sean.
I've been researching archaeology.
Completed it.
How many days now?
Completed it.
It's good done.
So
we can draw a line under that. Brilliant.
So mostly through watching YouTube videos like Nazi treasure hunters.
Of course. Yeah, I mean that was pretty much what my undergraduate degree was.
And reruns of Time Team I found very useful. But the most difficult thing that I've struggled to understand with archaeology, Alex, I'm sure you're going to help us with this, is that why did people in the past bury all their good stuff?
Do you want a serious answer?
Well, it's, if I need to find my Samsung tablet, it's on the table next to the telly. I've not buried it in the garden. So why are all these olden day people burying stuff?
Why or where? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying.
If we knew where,
when you go archaeology in, when you go archaeology in or whatever you do,
Archaeologizing.
Archaeologizing.
What's the verb
term for it? Archaeologizing.
You're always digging shit up. It's never like on the surface or in a drawer.
Oh, why is it underground? Is that what you're asking?
Haven't you seen The Last Kingdom?
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this question. It's like, are you actually speaking English?
He's like a politician, Ken, isn't he? He's like a politician. He won't give a straight answer.
He knows what I'm saying.
I'd give a straight answer if I had a straight question.
He knows it's a joke. He knows it's a joke. I've done depositions.
This is my career. This is not a joke.
But it is really, because it's all underground.
So what you're asking is, why is stuff underground?
The good stuff.
Why didn't people in the Middle Ages keep stuff in a drawer?
They did. Some things fell out of the drawer, or fell off them, or landed where they dropped them. They didn't drop everything.
Well,
they've kept some stuff in drawers.
I would like to know how much
their Samsung tablets on the side as well.
How much currency is in the ground?
Probably absolute tons of it. Absolutely tons of it. Because the thing is, like with currency is one that this is a thing that happens. It's a phenomenon. You drop stuff. Obviously, you drop coins. So, like if you're crossing a stream or something, or a ditch, you might just drop a coin out. And we find it as archaeologists. You find a single coin. It's just a single coin find, and that's just somebody's unfortunate, But I say it's an unfortunate circumstance, but that's probably like their food for the year if it's a silver coin or something. But then if you find a hoard, and that's a lot of coins for those that don't understand what the word hoard means. A hoard of coins,
the detectorists,
like on the detectorists, that has probably been buried specifically for a reason that somebody has returned to, because it's probably not been dropped because
they haven't got any cupboards.
Because they haven't got any cupboards. Yes, exactly. But what you get is like the Staffordshire hoard. It was all a load of gold bits that had been broken off, like books and Bibles and things like that, and they'd all been they'd been collected together into a bag, and then whoever had got it had basically dug a hole in the ground, stuffed this bag into it, probably put a marker on top of it, and then thought, I'm going to go back and get that at some point, and then obviously never did, because the plague got them or something, something from the olden days. Dysentery or whatever it is that people died of in the olden days.
Well, they used to bury that, didn't they? Dysentery.
Yeah. Used to bury a lot of people after dysentery as well. But that's the serious answer. But
it's a completely unserious question.
I'm still trying to figure out the actual question, and that was from what I could fathom from the threads of that I don't know, whatever it was.
Alex, he was a traffic officer. He didn't have to do serious interviewing of serious criminals, did he? He was generally just people driving about the daily business, getting stopped by Ken wearing his white traffic hat.
You did it, didn't you?
There you go.
Repeat louder. Repeat louder whilst banging table. I'd never had the patience for interviewing. No comment. Oh, is that your last name? No comment. Is that the Huddersfield no comment or the Barnsley no comment? Just fucking no patience whatsoever. Anyway, well, we've come to the end of that section. Thank God for that. So,
to be fair, Ken, I would have been quite happy if you had left me out of that.
This is a new feature.
New feature.
I'm a bit disappointed that we've had two very serious historical answers, which has put me to shame. So I need to up my game for the next section.
I don't know. Well, you were a bit of a fun sponge with the 10 million dead Mexicans. I mean, it's hardly
2 million, Alex. Come on.
Sorry, 2 million. I mean, it's it's hardly Christmas, is it? Really? Right. Well, here we are.
Merry Christmas, Mexico.
I wonder how many listeners you've got in Mexico.
Hey, this is Jared Fisherman for episode 70 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reet Big War Games podcast, where I was on chatting about my own podcast, 20-Side Gamified, and using war games as an educational tool. Just wanted to give a big, huge thank you to my friend Ken for having me on the show. I think I'm in definitely at least the top 3 of longest episodes, I feel like, in the history of Ken's podcast. I don't know if that's good or not. But all of that aside, Ken is a great dude. Absolutely had a blast meeting him in person, had a blast being on the show. And just ultimately, for all of us podcasters out there, for everybody out there listening, if you're listening to Ken's show, if you're listening to my show, whatever it is that you're listening to, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever you believe. Have an absolutely wonderful holiday season. See you all later. Bye.
Hi, this is John Savage, and I was on episode 80 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reet Big War Games podcast, talking about participation games. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish all the listeners a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I look forward to seeing many of you run a participation game at one of the shows in 2026. Merry Christmas, everyone. Hi everyone, this is Ken Hanning. I was on episode 75 of the Yarkshire Wargamers Reap Big Wargames podcast. I thought I'd share with you a Happy New Year message, but given that I'm in Scotland and we use our own dialect up here from time to time, I thought I'd share with you the use of the word ken, as this might have interested Ken himself. Ken, as in I ken, means to know, I know. So if you know Ken, you'd say, aye, I ken Ken. But if you didn't know Ken, you'd say, I didn't ken Ken, I didn't ken Ken then, and I didn't ken Ken the new. So there you are, all straightforward and simple in Scots dialect. Wish you all the very best for 2026, and as we say up here at Hogmanay, Lang Mayor Lumreek. That simply means keep your chimney warm, so you get all the best for 2026. All the best, chums. Hope you have a great year, and look forward to seeing some of you next year at the fair shows around the country. And come and join me at Big War Games YouTube channel to find out what I'm up to with my latest games. Thanks again, and thanks Ken for such a great podcast. Cheers, bye.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope the older people have had a wee and got a cup of tea, because we're back again, and we're going to.
We weren't allowed to.
Fucking crack on. We're getting ready for war. That's what the government's saying. So we need to get ourselves fit and ready to fight whoever we're going to fight.
I'm getting myself fat. Never mind fit.
Well, you get some of that, but you can eat what you want now because you just have that Manjaro stuff, don't you?
Yeah.
Muncharo.
That's all right. Mankini. Getting Mankini injected into you.
Well, Ian's a big football fan, so he might know this player. There's a Steve Evans, real fat. So he's come back to football after a break, I think he's at Peterborough or somewhere like that, and he's gone from Mr. Blobby to the thinnest man in the world. He looks ill. He's that thin. He looks ill. So I don't know whether, I'm not wishing the worst on anyone that he's been poorly, or whether he's doing the Manjaro.
Sounds like a dance.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. We've lost our host.
I hope he's still recording at least.
That's Steve Evans. Cracking.
Yes. He's listening in.
I've just Googled him, actually. He does look considerably slimmer. I've never heard of him, I have to say.
Oh, it's all right. Ken's back.
Am I back?
We'll have to see if he's if we can hear him. Can we hear you?
Just absolutely started wanging down.
Oh, there he
you're
is.
back now. Now you're back. Yeah.
I think my internet went. Oh, it's a bit
wanging
damp
here, mate.
Oh, it's a bit damp. Anyway, I don't know what we got from the last Manjaro conversation, but there we go. So it's unbelievable, isn't it?
I've just looked at a picture of Steve Evans.
Sean was
You're
looking
right.
him up. Oh, no, look to
absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
so I thought I'd take this
bit
of the show before we do the questions, just to talk about the year gone by and the year to come. And firstly, I'm just about to start the Analog Hobbies Winter Paint Challenge once again, and I am going to go bigger with my pipe blocks. I am adding an extra row at the back, so there'll all be 128 figures because they're just not big enough at the moment.
I think it's AI, mate. I think you painted 12 figures and you've just used AI.
We had a massive row on the Yorkshire Gamer Facebook page about those AI videos, and I had to ban them in the end because some people were getting so stressed with them.
Yeah.
It was just like...
About the ones that make your figures move.
They're a bit...
Yeah. Why are people saying get bent over them? I don't know. It seems to have died off now as a craze.
The first couple it was
I
like,
don't know why
that's
people get so
interesting.
upset.
And then 300 later, it's like... But yeah, it got very, very heated on the show. I don't know if you saw the weird World War II heated debate that I had to close down.
Oh, I missed that.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it went from why. So this guy came on and he said, "I'm going to have a rant." I thought, "Fucking great, I'll have a rant." And he was ranting about weird World War II along the lines of, you've done this before, Alex, about why the fuck have you gone from armored personnel carriers with wheels at the front and tracks to walkers?
Yeah.
Which is just like, where the fuck's that come from?
There's a gap, isn't there, in the technological development?
Evolution.
Evolution. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
And the Germans have gone to the point where they haven't got enough petrol to burn their leader.
Yeah.
To having enough petrol to shove in ginormous walkers.
With laser weapons built onto them.
I drive a Subaru, which is not good miles to the gallon, but I'm guessing it's better than a bloody 60-ton walker. And where's all this technology come from? And why do the Germans always get all the really cool, weird, new stuff, and the Brits are still driving around in Shermans?
Mm.
So anyway, I thought that was quite a good rant. But
Can
then,
we?
Of course,
I thought you were inviting comments then, Ken.
No, I'll invite comments in a second, because then it went down the line of, it's all just a bit of fun. And it's like, are having the Nazis in power for another 2 or 3 years fun? I'm going to struggle with that one, just a little bit. And it started to get into politics and name calling and stuff, so I had to cut it on the head. But it just went downhill so quickly from a typical rant to you're a Nazi.
Right.
Well, you're playing with German troops that didn't exist with Nazi swastikas on, and you're making them better than everyone else. So,
yeah, there's possibly something underlying there.
Could be an underlying issue there. Anyway, sorry, Sean, you were going to say.
Go on. What were you going to say, Sean?
No. I mean, I could talk about this for a long time.
We'll go on then.
We've got all night.
He's done weird Mexico War.
Weird Mexico Wars, yeah.
He's got big giant sombrero tanks.
But they've got to be walkers, though, sombrero with legs.
Mustaches that come out. Fire.
Yeah, fire lasers. I find it interesting because, well, first of all, it's social media, isn't it? You're talking about giving people that voice across social media where they can access anybody and everybody, including rules authors or games designers or just people other people who've got a passion for a subject. And people seem to have no filter, do they? They'll often say something online that they'll never say to somebody's face in person. So Warlord Games obviously have come out with Conflict 47, which I think is a rebrand or a redo, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a re-release. It's been around for a while, isn't it?
But they've clearly invested in it fairly heavily. They've got some quite well-known science fiction / fantasy X Games Workshop authors there. Andy Chambers, one of the old 40k authors, Gav Thorpe, another X Games Workshop guy who's doing some of the background and lore to go with this thing. And it's clearly, if you look on YouTube, and the algorithm feeds you like it feeds me, some of these content creators, people have gone absolutely nuts over Conflict 47 because they're getting pissed off with 40k for whatever reason, manifest reasons why that might happen. But they're seeing it as I don't know if they're seeing it as a genuine rival to 40k, because 40k is a leviathan of its own making, isn't it? That just seems to self-perpetuate. But they are finding it as they are looking at it as an alternative science fiction game, and almost removing the fact that there was originally a historical basis, that is this extension of the Second World War, and almost looking at it as an alternative universe, if you like, but just with a very thin veneer of the fact that it's Germany, Russia, Japan, whatever. In fact, there's been a post by Warlord Games today, I think, saying that they've been promising plastic kits for all the 5 different nations that are in that game. and they aren't able to keep up with production, so they're looking at doing some 3D printing to fulfill some orders whilst they resolve their issues. But regardless of that, there's clearly an audience out there for it.
Yeah.
And I take on board the aspect of if you play the Germans and you just want to have bigger, better battle tanks than everybody else, or walkers or whatever. This kind of comes back to that Midwinter Miniatures discussion, doesn't it? That blew up probably 12, 18 months ago.
Yeah.
Who wants to play the Nazis? It's toy soldiers. It's somebody's passion. They're enjoying it. What the hell has that got to do with me? Take the politics out of it, and social media is this thing that will give people a voice to say, oh, you shouldn't do that, that's not right, it's not proper history, it's it's not respectful to the history of the people that fought during the Second World War. But it's just somebody else's hobby that they're enjoying and they're being creative in. And take out the politics and take out the fact that it's weird World War II, and you might not think that that's a valid period, but some of the artistry again and some of the creativity that you see, a bit like Trench Crusade, I guess, that's come on the scene. And whether or not it's got much traction, I don't know, but it's very, there's a lot of creative outlet in it. It's not my thing. Weird World War II isn't my thing, but I can still recognise that somebody else has found a passion in their niche of a hobby of World War II or weird World War II, and they're just finding creative outlets. And as we all know, this hobby is great for mental health, for mindfulness, for getting away from the real world. So more power to them. More power to them. It doesn't affect me. Let them get on with it.
You see, this is why Sean hasn't been on the podcast for a while, because he always brings a voice of reason with him. And, we don't want that kind of thing round here.
No, it should be stamped out.
It should be. We want diatribes, Sean.
Yeah, exactly. I think, and for me, there's I think there's a line in the sand for everyone with this. If I called my German Shepherd Blondie and went down to the local dog training place, and his little red collar with white circles on with little black marks on, I think that would cause a problem.
No, absolutely.
And my personal opinion has always been that I don't have a problem with it in an historical context. So if Alex says, "Oh, do you want a game of O Group?" And it's 12th SS versus Brits in and around Caen, yeah, no problems at all. But if Alex turned up in a "I Love Gorbals" t-shirt, not Gorbals Glasgow, Ian, then
you sing Gorbals or Gobbles? Two different things.
No idea.
Everybody heard the same word there twice, Ian.
And I think what's triggered me with it was I get playing the game for fun. I ain't got a problem with that. Playing the Nazis for fun, that's when I start to think. But everyone else's line is somewhere else, because that game could have been produced in a completely non-historic. Well, it is, to be fair, but it could have been Westeros and whatever. It didn't have to be England, Germany.
So is it the aspect that people are putting swastikas on vehicles as opposed to the fact it's Germans?
And it's just fun playing Nazis, I think, is where I'm drawing the line.
Yeah, and
playing the game, yes.
I remember having a conversation with Miles off that was TV about this, that somebody who takes great pleasure in playing SS troops would be looked on with some dubiousness, disdain, I guess, and disdain. Yeah, absolutely. And I know that in the 40k community, when I was briefly a member of that for those 5 days during the third test in 2023, somebody had got castigated because they'd taken
You weren't a tourist, were you? That's what they call people, isn't it? And
Warhammer
tourist.
tourist.
A Warhammer tourist, yeah. Somebody had turned up at an event, I think it was in the States, with the Space Marine Army that had got Nazi iconography on it. Now, that is, that would raise my hackles, absolutely.
Yeah.
But, and I understand everybody's got their own tolerances and willingness to accept these kind of things. But I suppose how far back in history, what is the difference between playing 12th SS at Caen and playing with German soldiers in 1947 fighting space Martians or whatever, or to go political, the wars between England and Scotland from medieval times? If you're playing Bannockburn, and some of the, if you look at the atrocities that were carried out throughout history, that's linked in invariably to a lot of the history that we look at, we study, we read about, we play, we enjoy participating in. War isn't clean, is it?
No,
it's a
I wouldn't play parliamentarians, for example.
Jesus.
Because I'm a huge royalist.
The good guys.
But I think there's a difference there. I think there's a difference there, though, Sean, and I kind of agree. I agree with what you're saying. I mean, yeah, it's a hobby, it's a game. It's whatever floats people vote. Let them do what they want. But I also agree there with Ken as well. It's like every war is dirty. It doesn't matter what happens. Every war has casualties. There's always, winners and losers on every side and throughout human history. But as Ken has said, you're kind of extending, what is a particularly diabolical regime, in particular in the Nazis, by an extra 2 years, just in order to put some, inverted commas, cool-looking toys on the table. And that, to me, strikes me as possibly a little distasteful.
I don't know what the law is on it, though, Alex. I know that I keep saying law. The background, it's ahistorical. We appreciate that. It's counterfactual. We appreciate that. But I don't know how Warlord have managed that aspect.
No, I don't.
Is it a continuation of a Nazi regime, or is it a continuation of the German people's willingness to fight, having overthrown Hitler? I don't know what the actual background is. If in the official photography that Warlord do for that game, if there's Nazi or iconography or swastikas all over it, I would say that is in incredibly poor taste. I don't know enough about it to say that that's what they're doing. If they're sort of propagating this extreme right-wing Nazi agenda. I mean, I know Ken.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they are. I don't think Warlord. I don't think Warlord are like neo-Nazis or or promoting neo-Nazism. No. But
I don't. This isn't any shade on Warlord.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine that they do that. But I can see your point that it might encourage people who've got some sort of soft-focused lens on what happened during the 30s in Germany. I know, Ken, you've got an interest in the Spanish Civil War, and there was, that was an incredibly fractious and dirty conflict, wasn't it? And the atrocities committed on both sides.
Between different parts of the same side as well. You look at,
exactly.
the goals
as a civil war is. Yeah.
You look at the goals of the Carlists, and they were, pro-monarchy, pro-church, but had to choose between one side that hated the church and another side that hated the church. It was just, and kind of do the best deal that you possibly can in those sorts of situations. It was just one of those things. And I do try and stay away from politics, but I do think that my concern is, and I see this more and more as the World War II generation dies, is that people don't get it when it comes to World War II in the same way that maybe we do when our grandparents fought in it. And many of the listeners their parents will have fought in it. And as time goes by, good song. Then people will lose that thoughts about. There's lots of revisionist stuff about World War II at the moment. I don't know whether you've seen this, Alex, with like people trying to turn Hitler, it's not Hitler, the other one, Churchill into the main villain and Hitler. It's all far right American stuff at the moment, but it's like a little bit of a change in the narrative here and there. I went to see Nuremberg while I was on holiday in Malta. My missus is a lovely woman.
Oh,
you want to go to the pictures, love? Oh, yeah.
You romantic old devil.
Oh,
it's about a trip to a German city. Let's go on.
I actually thought, has anyone else seen it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. Did you think it was sympathetic towards the German people? Towards Goring and the people involved?
No, not at all.
Do you not?
Not at all. I think it fleshed him out as a human, but I don't think it was sympathetic towards him.
Yeah.
I think he came across as a vain, small-minded.
I quite liked him. Oh dear.
I thought he came across vain, pseudo-intellectual. Thought he was better than everybody else. That's at least what I took away from it. But obviously, I'm not sympathetic to the Nazis like you are, then, Ken.
No, well, when you've got a dog called Blondie, what can you do?
And a German K-47 army behind you.
I did think it was interesting that Speer didn't appear in it, because he's kind of one of the Nazi poster boys post-war. Obviously, because he survived, always helps.
He is. It's a very interesting, very good film. In fact, I really enjoyed it.
It was enjoyable.
See it again. Yeah,
for a courtroom drama, it was enjoyable.
Yeah. This kind of conversation has been sort of percolating around people who gained the American Civil War as well.
Yeah.
Around.
I think it always has.
Yeah, I think with the removal of statues in the States of the Confederate leaders, I think it sort of reared its head a little bit more. There's a lot more understanding now about what that war was about, and I appreciate, again, it depends on what you read and what leaning the author has when they're writing those particular books about it. But I can remember when I first started in the hobby, I would always play the Confederacy because there was this sort of glamour and the lost cause myth aspect of it, I suppose, that's promoted by films like Gone with the Wind. And there's a fantastic...
Is that why you've got a Dixie tattoo on your chest?
You're not supposed to see that. I'll just sing a little bit. There's a really good book by a historian on Margaret... I can't remember her name now, who wrote Gone with the Wind. But about the writing of that book and then the subsequent film, and about how it sort of portrayed the South as this heroic cavalier almost lifestyle, and that the slaves were actually quite happy to be working. The Mammy character who works for the Scarlett O'Hara. You talk about it's almost revisionist, I suppose. There's always history is about revisiting and revising what's already.
That's why I don't like it.
Well, but Alex will know this through the First World War. We've
had these conversations ad nauseum with Ken, but he still don't get it.
Newton's law of motion are still Newton's laws of motion. I don't have to fucking learn them twice. I go to school when I'm 16. I learn the four most laws of motion. I use them in work.
History isn't
retired.
Newton's law of motion.
And now historians are making stuff up again. Keep burying things, they're digging them up.
Why don't they just keep them in drawers, Matt? I just don't understand.
Exactly.
If only they put history in drawers, then it'd be fine.
I'm going to shut up now because I could talk all night about this.
If I had a time machine, can I just show me time machine thing? If I had a time machine, I'd bloody take a Motorola 8210 and I'd shove it in a Crusader layer somewhere in the fucking Middle East and then gently push some archaeologists towards it and just watch the faces.
You would have
Have you
thought
read-
somebody had done that if
And you know what?
time travel was actually was workable.
And
Nobody's
you know what?
done it, so.
The battery'd still work.
There's a Robert Harris novel on that subject, isn't there? Where you start. It's called The Second Something. Can't remember what the title of it is now, but fairly recent novel by Robert Harris. That's set. You start reading it, and it's almost like a Dark Age novel. But then they find a mobile phone.
Dark Ages.
Yeah, they almost found a mobile phone, and they realise that there's been previous. It's post-apocalyptic, I suppose.
The Second Sleep.
There you go, Second Sleep. Yeah, very good read.
But
anyway,
yeah,
sorry, I'm going to shut up now.
To kind of just to draw a line on what you were saying there, Sean, about about how films, and things that goes exactly to what Iain was saying earlier about. The run off you Italian coward or whatever the quote was. It's the same thing, isn't it? It's exactly the same thing. These things get embedded as fact, despite the fact that they are just entertainment or can never be proven. And yeah, it's exactly the same with the First World War as well. We talked about it ad nauseum even on this podcast.
Yeah.
It's one of these things, as we say, we just kind of. We all have our own lines, but there's so many bits on our own sides of the line that we just don't really bother about. If you go back in history throughout, think of 30 Years' War, some of the biggest atrocities that ever happened, but we're all happy to game it. Nobody really goes, but they were just wiping out whole cities. No one ever really talked. And you ever seen the David Mitchell sketch and he talks about the raping and the pillaging?
Yeah.
He's like, we talk about the Vikings, and we go, they were into all that raping and pillaging. We don't think about anything is wrong with that statement.
No,
it's just what they did. They just went out raping and pillaging. But if his nephew came in and says, "I'm away out raping tonight," you'd be like, "Whoa!"
Because it's just a stock phrase, isn't it? That we attach no meaning to.
It has lost meaning, hasn't it? Yeah.
They just did it. It was just a thing that they were up to. Yeah, cool.
And after all, the SS, I think it was. I don't know if it was on the cap badge or some of their paraphernalia that they wore had got mittens on it on the badge. So
it's on the belts. It's on the belts of the German soldiers.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
We've discussed it before when I played the game with the Glasgow district guys. We'd put on a game and we did Tito's Raid. So Dave Watson, who does the Balkan Wargamers blog, he's like to me, we want to play this game, the raid, to try and capture Tito. And basically what it was the Fallschirmjägers dropped in to Yugoslavia to try and capture them. But there were SS battalion of Fallschirmjäger. And then I started investigating more into them. I started painting these Fallschirmjägers up, and I was like, right, okay, they're SS, I'm not too comfortable with it. But then I started they were the 7th battalion, I think it was, and they were a Pinot battalion. I was like, Jesus Christ.
How bad do you have to be an SS Pinot
How
battalion?
bad were these guys?
I've read Sven Hassel.
Classic.
And it's one of these ones known we're talking about Warlord playing at Conflict 47. I always remember when I raised eyebrows and they bought out the Charlemagne division. I was like, that's a bit strange. No, they brought these guys out whose sole aim was to fight Bolshevism and go and fight communism, and they died to a man in Berlin, wouldn't give up. And I'm like, these guys sound mental. They were French. But people are like, yeah, give me those figures. And I'm like, oh. But that's what I'm saying. So we all draw lines. We can even draw a line in what we find acceptable in World War II, but we might not find it acceptable in Conflict 47. But we kind of ignore it. And somebody who's in that Conflict 47, they're just kind of like, nah, it's not bypassed my line, and I'm happy to go with it. It's just a game.
I think that's the importance of historical wargaming, is that because it's based on history, generally you dive into the history, or at least I do anyway. That's the background, the starting point for me is the history. So I'm fully aware of, the atrocities and the crap that happens to people in these battles. And I make sure I'm aware of it when I'm thinking about gaming and things. And and yeah, you can just go, oh yeah, it's just a game, yada yada. But like we said, we're kind of going back to that. There's a slight underlying uneasiness with some of the other things, sometimes. And I don't know what the answer is. Like you say, Sean, at the end of the day, if people are happy playing stuff, then grand.
When I started
the
Italian wars, I got dysentery, got scabies, bit of scurvy, all just to research the period.
Sleep under a hedge.
Well, yeah. Listen to this one. So, if you're talking about lines getting drawn, I was recently looking to see if there was any STLs available for like Gangs of Rome. I was kind of looking for more like civilian types. But I found a brand new Kickstarter, and I was like, "Oh, what's this?" And it was like Romanesque type figures, and I started looking. I was like, "They look a bit strange." And then when I actually started reading it, it was Cyberpunk Rome.
Is it the Cthulhu thing?
No, it's a game.
No, it's a game. There is a Roman Cthulhu at the moment.
Yeah,
I've seen,
I've
but
seen
yeah, it's
that
not
before.
that.
No, this is a new game. It's called Cyberpunk.
Well, look, they get points for the name.
Yeah,
that's good.
You've got like Roman soldiers with like robotic arms and stuff.
Where will it end?
Yeah. You see,
a line was drawn. Like
yes.
See, from a personal
line,
point of view, I'm kind of like like we've said before, haven't we? It's like where did you go from like you have tracked vehicles to suddenly got walkers within 2 years? Where what's the progression? What's the evolution of that? What's the Roman soldiers with clockwork arms or whatever? Why aren't they doing other things then? Why haven't they got firearms or other things that use clockwork or whatever? That's the thing that just does it that stops me believing in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. I'm all for these fantasy crossovers if there's a clear line that you can draw into to buy into it. So rule sets like Devilry's Afoot and stuff and Silver Bay in it. You go, right, okay, I can get the folklore behind these kind of ideas, and even things it's not fantasy but like very British Civil War. People came up with an idea and a story behind it. It went right into it, and it goes back to what Sean says. He's not sure what the movement is into Conflict 47. It's a bit far-fetched. I mean, as we say, they've got walkers and stuff, and it is just trying to get cool toys on the story. I'm pretty sure the lore is probably quite interesting in how they've came into that area.
Circle.
I've just Googled it. Do you want a live update?
Go for it.
Please. Live update.
So Conflict 47 is an alternate history weird World War II setting where World War II doesn't end in 1945 and a mysterious rift is opened by nuclear weapons, which changes everything. In the early lore, the Axis powers, including Nazi Germany, continue fighting beyond the real timeline using rift-derived technology, which is the excuse to have walkers in 2 years, and eldritch horrors. And in the latest official background, the old Nazi political leadership has been overthrown and is overshadowed by a secret occult group called the Green Vault.
Oh, okay. Well, if we'd read that like 50 minutes ago, that probably would have cut out most of our conversation.
Yeah. Depends what this Green Vault's into, though, mate, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Anyway, further research will be done. But that's probably the most serious half hour we've ever had on the show.
I think you're right.
So I do apologise, everyone.
Normal service will resume.
Normal service will resume.
Yeah, you might want to cut this out, Ken.
Just after I go and walk Blondie for half an hour around the block.
Could be worse. It could be the Battle of Britain dog.
Yes, that was on my mind.
It's Dan Busters, not Battle of Britain.
Oh, that was Dan Busters.
I never wanted an audience. So anyway, this year so far, we always have a quick chat through the podcasts that have been on. Did you hear the Who Wants to Be a Wargaming Millionaire, Sean, on the show that we did?
I'm not sure I did.
Well, basically, we just designed. I just designed 3 tables with D20s, and one was a type of troop. Number 2 was a war, and number 3 was a bit of weird shit. And we rolled up. I think we had, didn't we have Landsknechts in World War II with Cthulhu? I think was one of the.
Somebody
one of
listened
the
to the
better
show and
ones.
made Trench Crusade.
Yes. Unfortunately, I think it was Trench Crusade that actually that there was the trigger for this.
Yeah,
This
that's the
nonsense.
Oh dear me! So after that Brews of the Binyard, I had Ken Hanning on the show, and it was quite a serious and fun podcast to do because I don't know if you know Ken. He suffers from cancer. It's been back 3 times. Bless him. And he just wanted to. I've known Ken for a while. He used to live up in Gargrave, in not part of my patch as an officer, and he's just so positive about the hobby and all the support he gets from people involved. And I think it was a really good show to do.
One,
Different for me. Different for me in that it was slightly serious, but Ken was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And we spent most of the time talking about pies.
You certainly did. Yeah, I remember that one. It was a good one.
Piegate. And then we did Question of Brews. We had to split this in half last time, Sean, because
it went on and on and on and on, didn't it?
We had 72 questions.
Jesus.
If you remember.
We got through 3.
I've cut it down. I've cut it down this time. Then it was Charlie Wesencraft tribute.
Mm-hmm.
That was I quite enjoyed doing that with Robbie Roddis.
Yeah, it was nice, that one.
It was Robbie Roddis contacted War Games Illustrated and they hadn't heard of him, which was a little bit of a worry.
War Games Illustrated hadn't heard of Charlie Wesencraft.
So
that's the indictment on the current hobby.
Yeah, Robbie's piece went in. I think it's important to push the hobby forward and do new stuff, but we got to remember these guys who brought in
trailblazers.
Finite resource, aren't they? Really.
Then we had Mark Strachan on from New Zealand. Had a good chat with him about wargaming in New Zealand. And then live from T'other Partisan.
Oh, that was a good one.
Alex, you featured on that one, mate.
I did. That was a good one, that.
Well, did you enjoy the format? Because I was really unsure about it.
Yeah, I think I did, actually. I think it was pretty good. It was nice to have those little snippets of people just talking about stuff. Random.
I'd managed to fade it out just as people were saying something. Swearing and bring it in as people were swearing. I thought that worked well.
You didn't capture the bit where Richard Clark ripped the piss out.
Yes,
when I thought I was steaming.
I hadn't got it switched on. I hadn't got it switched on.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So, Sean, we were talking to Richard Clark, and he's like, he says, I was listening to the show, and he says, he's had Iain on, and he sounded absolutely pissed. And he says he's been on the Buckfast, and I'm like, I wasn't drunk. And he said he put it on like, what was it?
It slowed it down under
0.5 speed.
She said as soon as Ken and I started talking, I realised that the thing was so slow. It was like it wasn't just Iain.
And you two sounded pissed.
We'd all been down the pub. Which was good. And then the last episode I did a couple of weeks ago with John Savage. Love John, great guy.
Really enjoyed that one. That was very good.
He's a really, really good guy to talk to. I very much enjoyed that one.
I've met him at the loudest events up here. He's quite a fun guy.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Just in general.
And then we've got this shite for Christmas. But there we go. So
that's quite. Is that not quite a quiet year for you?
Retirement was a weird thing because I thought it would be like nice and easy and just fucking sat there with my feet up. And every fucking second it was, what about this? What about, when you've gone, who's going to do this? We should have fucking thought that, shouldn't you? But we've got no expert in this. I know, I told you that. And you didn't fucking listen, so I'm leaving. Fuck off. Anyway, can't be too critical because I haven't got the lump sum yet. So I need to...
Yeah, maybe put this out after you've got the lump sum.
yeah. Post Christmas. So I did ask the gentleman here to if they've got any rants that they would want to bring along, and I don't know whether they have or not. But I shall start. And Sean mentioned it earlier on, and it's fucking War Games Warlord Illustrated front covers. What the fuck is
It's my favourite magazine at the minute. I'm loving
had
War
this
Games
rant.
Illustrated.
You've already had this on the YouTube, did you not?
Yeah, no, I
used it
didn't. I
twice.
didn't do the front cover one, or did I? No, I complained about
Yeah.
it a little bit.
You did a YouTube on it, did you not?
He did.
No, I
He
did the
yeah,
YouTube.
did
I
a
did the
video.
YouTube on. Was it worth? Are historical magazines worth? that anymore?
Right, the flip through.
And some people got very angry with that. So,
I think we should just go back to black and white photographs, shitty quality paper, and articles on sandals worn by Greek hoplites.
I'd buy that.
Because that will bring in the
I'd
customers.
buy that. But, so what I did, because I don't want to make this show personal. I'm not the one who gave my salute award to somebody else in a video. I'm not the one who's used my photographs without permission in the past. Anyway, so what I decided to do was I decided to put together a montage, a bit like the Rocky training bit, but without the push-ups, of the worst of the year's magazine covers. And I said magazine covers. I didn't specifically put one down. And
Warlord Illustrated.
And there was six that came to light. And so I put it to the vote, the general public. And in sixth place, with 5% of the vote, was Errol Flynn as Robin Hood on the front of a War Games magazine. Don't know what's going on there, but I don't remember. Peter Cushing as Robin Hood got a War Games link. I don't remember Errol Flynn doing any wargaming. Please send in photographs if you haven't.
But that's to appeal to a very different demographic, isn't it? You need to get more women into wargaming. I think we can all agree with that.
Yeah, but what are they going to do?
But
They're gonna go, Errol Flynn as Robin Hood, fantastic! Get it home.
Yes.
They're sat in the bath with a cup of tea on the little thing.
Yeah, it's all about presentation,
Ken. Lots of fucking Nazis in 1937.
But they're not trying to track my gran because
yeah, I was going to say Errol Flynn is not exact. If you're going to do it, at least do it with
Brad Pitt or something.
No, you've got to accept what you've got to accept where the demographic is. We're not getting
98-year-old women,
millennials.
Yeah, I don't think they're suddenly picking the hobby up, are they? At 98 years old.
Yeah. You see, it would have been in 20 or 30 years' time. That would have been a brilliant cover because nobody alive would know who the fuck Errol Flynn was. But half of the population open that. I get it as a subscription, so I open the packaging and the cover is revealed. Wow, Errol Flynn? What the fuck's he doing on the front of this magazine?
I mean, is it Errol Flynn?
It looks amazingly like it. If it's not, Errol Flynn,
his estate will be. Yeah.
They'll come looking for him, if nothing else.
I
think the artistry though is amazing, isn't it? I mean, whoever's drawn that, it's just.
The debate is whether or not it was drawn on it.
I'm trying to prod the bear here.
Well, you see, if you got a couple of magnets and stuck it either side of Errol Flynn's coffin, you'd save the world's power problems because he'd be fucking spinning that much in there. Anyway,
it does look like Errol Flynn.
Yeah, we're all looking at it now, aren't we, on Google? Yeah, it has a passing resemblance.
It's got that hair.
Yeah.
So that's like
I don't.
It's the
fucking Errol Flynn.
He's got a bit of a gut on him, in fairness.
Errol Flynn's grandson thought his granddad had come back.
His features aren't as chiselled.
David Emery had some of his.
I don't know. If you look at a picture of Robin Hood, Errol Flynn as Robin Hood, that is.
Yeah.
I'm doing it now.
That is.
What were you saying then, Ian? About
I was saying, so David Emery had a number of figures sculpted for his 100-Year War Claymore casting, and he had one of the figures had those type of Robin Hood hats that we associate him with, and he wasn't too pleased when I said, "Oh, you did a Robin Hood range," and his face just dropped. He's like, "No." But he knew I was taking the piss. But yeah, it was quite fun.
I'm looking at the images of Errol Flynn as Robin Hood, and I will concede there is
more than a passing resemblance, I think, isn't there?
I'm going to stick with this.
In at five with 6% of the vote.
The voice of reason, as always, Sean.
Proper pendantry going on here with this one, and this was the cover that had red epaulets on Prussian grenadiers. So you need a level of.
Did they have the right number of buttons?
We need Napoleonic knowledge here. You need a certain amount of buttonology to get it, but that got 6% of the vote, which I thought that'd be fairly low. At 4, and the one for Iain to have a good rant at here was the January edition, which had an English Civil War cavalry unit on the front of it, and it had a flag that was 2.5 times the size of the man and the horse, and 3 times wider than a man and a horse. And you know, I wouldn't say I was an expert, but I've ridden horses in the past, and if you've got a handkerchief flapping around somewhere, you're going to fall off.
That is a big flag.
Is a fucking big flag. If you were selling these, Iain, you'd have retired to Marbella by now, mate. That'd be £1,000.
I've seen gamers put on infantry flags on cavalry units. That's a huge cavalry standard. So it's maybe a way smaller.
That's a
but
troll
I've seen,
infantry flag. That is on a human horse.
I've seen the infantry flags being put on cavalry units, and I'm like, how the hell do you think that's going to move?
So it goes back to one of my favourite old school stories about flags, and that's that armour didn't develop to save people from fighting and melee weapon injuries. It was developed so that you could have a bigger flag and stay on your horse for longer until the wind blew you off. And it was only with the invention of gunpowder that negated armour, not because the bullets went through the armour, but it went through the flags, so they became lighter, so you didn't need as much armour to stay on your horse. True, that. Revisionist.
I mean, in general, that cover, Ken, there's just something off about it anyway, isn't there, about the perspective of the figures, and that is, I mean, I'm happy to play devil's advocate and sort of defend the indefensible, but that is shocking.
But it only got 17. It only got 7%. So we come into the top 3. We've got our podium. We've got our podium, and the number 3 is my personal favourite. And I had quite a big argument with the bloke who wrote the article about this. But it is the one with Giovanni Medici of the Bandiera very much alive on the front cover, flanked by 2 people carrying flags mourning his death. Is he alive? Has he travelled back through time? Are these
what issues that, Ken?
Are these assassin? It's around summertime.
February 2025.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at it now. Well, you see, I'm a casual observer here, and I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, I get that.
The difference.
I get that.
And the vast majority of people who are looking at these things are casual observers.
I get it. I understand it, but I would have hoped that a magazine would have done some research. And the guy who wrote the article,
I also agree with that as well.
There's no precedent for it. There's no recording of it. And then he quoted the book where it's recorded.
Isn't that the Ridley Scott defence against his Napoleon film? Were you there?
So anyway, I was told that I'm just a wargamer who's read a book. So that went really well, that conversation. But that to me was it's a bit like my Never Mind the Bullhooks rant about it having 6 pages about the Italian wars. It's a personal rant, and I get it. You know, I can get angry about things. I understand that. But it's wrong. He's alive, Flag's dead. I've got units in my Italian Wars army from when he's alive and when he's dead. And I have them on the table at the same time. But I understand the irony and the joke in it, and I call it the Schrodinger's band.
Well, anyway, maybe the artist who painted it also has that same idea about it.
Inside joke. Yeah, it's an inside joke.
Why not say that?
Because it wouldn't be an inside joke if it was explained.
Number 2, in at 2. That was 18%.
You see how he swiftly moved past that.
He's angry. He's angry, isn't he? You can tell. He's frothing at the mouth.
It's my show for a reason. Conversations and it's not going my way. In at 2.
He's just going to edit that out.
There was a lot of controversy about this one, and I'm still going firmly with it. And that's the one with the Romans disembarking from the Viking ship.
It wasn't a Viking ship, it was a Roman ship.
Fucking don't you start.
But it is an actual Roman ship.
Now, you say that, Ian, but
was I there?
I then produced... I then produced a photograph from a Viking reenactment weekend where that ship in real life turned up at the Viking weekend. I don't get that all the blokes who are walking off, the Romans, they've got Roman shields. Good start, like it, positive. Have a look at the shields on the ship. They're not Roman.
I can't actually find that magazine. I don't.
Yeah, it was March 2025.
March 2025.
They were on a real run, weren't they? With these.
Anyway.
The auxiliaries, well, did they have auxiliaries at that point? So that's probably about what Caesarian Romans. So
auxiliaries on the ship. Auxiliaries on the ship. Get the legionnaires off. Leave the auxiliaries on. Didn't they get auxiliaries to die first? Weren't they? Fucking get out there. You'll get a garden in Rome if you live for 27 years and fight 15 campaigns.
I'm looking at these shields, Ken. What's your issue?
Because they're
Roman.
round.
The round.
Well, they're not round, are they? They're oval.
Oh.
It's the ones on the ship.
I'm looking at the ones on the ship. They're oval.
The fuck? No, that's perspective. You're looking at it.
No. I understand perspective. I understand that looking at a round thing, but they are very, very oval.
Fucking historians. Fucking historians.
I'm still. Because what was it? What I don't know how you pronounce it. Is it trireme?
Trireme, isn't it?
Yeah, trireme. So it looks like a Roman ship to me.
Anyway,
just because Viking reenactors turned up.
I'm gonna say, yeah. How do you know the Viking reenactors are not wrong?
Because they built a fucking boat.
well, put it this way: when I was young and we used to go to the English Civil War battles with my dad, guys used to turn up wearing Clark's desert boots.
Yeah, and I can understand that, and that's kind of a low level thing. But Lars has turned up at the pub with his drinking horn. I go, Magnusson, let us build a Viking ship. Yeah. Have they got that pissed that they built a Roman one by mistake?
Nah, because it's out.
Turned up at the Viking.
The way that ship is.
I have a feeling that your argument is falling to bits here, Ken.
Well, no, it's not, because it finished second.
You've voted on it many times.
It beat my Medici one, which is definitely wrong. Anyway, number 1. Viking Shift got 19%. And we've discussed this earlier on.
I think I
The
know which one's coming.
Santa Elf one, 41% of the vote. I've never heard of this film with Lee Majors.
No, so that's what I'm saying. It's not right. So basically, the film was called "The Night the Reindeer Died." Right. So have you seen Scrooged?
The
With Bill Murray?
1950s one.
No. Scrooged, not Scrooge.
Oh.
Scrooged.
I only go to see.
It was a film.
I only go to see Nazis at cinema.
You need to see it. It's a brilliant. It's one of the best Christmas films. We have not watched it this year because we're going to watch it on Christmas Eve. But it's Bill Murray, and it's like a modern version of Scrooge. But he's a director of a TV station, and in that he makes this advert intro for a new movie, The Night the Reindeer Died. And it's Santa in his workshops getting attacked by these bad guys. And then Lee Majors turns up to rescue them. That's what it is. So it's like they grab all the guns and they're all fighting. It's Santa and the elves and they're all fighting. So that's what the cover's based on.
Yeah, so if you look at the description of that particular issue, it says, if you would like to partake in a spot of festive gaming, check out the 7TV, The Night the Snow Turned Red scenario on page 18. Now, 7TV is obviously it's by Crooked Dice.
Carl, yeah.
I use it for the Sweeney games. It's a very good set of rules.
So, arguably, it is wargaming.
I didn't vote for this. Let's just make this perfectly clear that 41% of the public voted for this. I voted for Giovanni Medici. Which is wrong.
Did you listen to the last World Cup that we done, Sean?
Yeah, yes.
And every single one that Ken gave a bye to got obliterated. Every single one
should
of his
be used to
gripes,
this by now.
He's like all these guys are my pet peeves. I'm giving them a bye, and they all got knocked out.
So
it's
once again,
almost like there's a pattern, isn't there?
I've proved. All I'm doing is proving that there is no bias on the show because I voted for Giovanni Medici, finished third. Santa's Elves, which you lot clearly all love. 41% of the public didn't like it.
It's a bit of fun. It's getting in the Christmas spirit.
Wait to have my Ghostbusters game.
I can't wait to see that, Ian. That'd be brilliant.
I think I'm drawing the line at Santa dressed as a Nazi with a machine gun.
So these are the trees.
Oh, there you go.
I've got a new conspiracy now. Donner and Blitzen.
It's
a little bit German sounding name, isn't it?
It is.
Germanic.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that they were ever involved with the Nazi Party, is there? Let's be honest.
There's no evidence that the Nazis had walkers, but they're bloody everywhere.
Is it Donner and Blitzen? That's the weather names, the Dutch weather names. Both of them are named after Dutch.
Well, Thunder and Lightning.
Gosh, that's a bit of culture, that is, Ian. Go bringing culture into this show.
I'm sure it's Donner and Blitzen have got both Dutch names that is to do with weather, bad weather.
Oh, very good, very good.
And Dasher and Dancer and Cupid and Vixen. That's the others.
Oh,
cool. Yeah.
I always just go straight to Rudolph.
Yeah.
Adolf.
Steady now.
Adolf, the red-nosed fascist leader.
Print one of those off, Ian. That'd be great in your game.
So that's. I've got another rant, but has anyone else got one they'd like to go off on, or is it just me?
I covered mine with the Cyberpunk.
Good.
No, I'm fine.
Alex?
I'm rant free. I think.
No, you've got over your Trench Crusade.
Yeah, that's old school. It's called Shelf Crusade these days. Nobody plays it. That wasn't me that said that. That was on the WSS podcast. It was a bit like your Partisan thing where they asked a bunch of European gamers.
Oh, so they're copying me again.
Yeah, copying you again, obviously.
Fucking hell.
Just to record a few minutes about stuff, and one of the guys, Dominic Kvast, he's one of the Lardy community. He mentioned people started playing Trench Crusade, and then they kind of now call it Shelf Crusade because everyone stopped playing it. So, but it's one of those things that keeps seeping into my timelines, because people are still playing it. But I've noticed that they're now starting to bring out like dedicated ranges of figures for it, whereas before I thought it was supposed to be like a kit bashing thing that you started with, and that was supposed to be the whole
it's like an open source kind of thing.
Sorry, a kid bashing thing. You can't do it. You can't do that. Christmas, you can't beat
it's just
children
not
up
right.
at Christmas.
It's just not right.
It's all right in January, but at Christmas, you just can't do it. Anything for you, Sean? Anything? Oh, sorry, Alex. You were drinking.
It's all right. Go on, carry on. Ignore me.
Sean, anything from you before I do my second one?
No, you go ahead.
Right. How many?
Because whatever you're about to say, I'm sure I'll agree with 100%.
You fucking will. Right.
Voice of reason. You are not welcome here.
How many fucking medieval fucking skirmish games do we fucking need?
I do agree with this one. We're a bit swamped with them, aren't we, at this point?
Absolutely. I'm a war gamer. I enjoy my war gaming, and I get excited when new products come out. And pillage. I thought fucking straight away. It's going to be small. It's going to because you don't pillage. You don't pillage in large groups, do you? That's more of a.
I note, going back to a previous conversation, I note they missed the first word off that well-known phrase.
What was the first thing they had as the name of the game?
Yeah.
So that's come out.
Rethink on that one.
And then we've got fucking E-Scorchio, or whatever it is, E-Scorches, or what it's called, from Gripping Beast.
Yeah, I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah, E-Scorches, 100 Years War. But never mind the Bill Hook.
Oh, that's it.
Fucking
endless.
Endless. Border Reavers. Fucking
rude.
At least,
but these things come do come in batches, don't they? So World War, Alex, you've just done a video, haven't you, on World War One rules? We've now got 2 new sets of World War One rules that have just suddenly appeared not out of nowhere. They've been in development.
Yeah, they've been around for a little while.
Discussed, but you've got 1918 and 0 Hour. They are 2 different sets of rules.
They are. They're very different. One is platoon skirmish. The other one is supposedly company, but battalion company. I'm not really sure. It kind of falls between 2 stools in the same way that rapid fire does. Hey,
so I'm not too sure about yourself, Sean, but I consider myself probably the resident skirmish gamer on here, so I'm not too sure if you play many skirmish games, but at least when I do my skirmish games, I try and keep it, it's almost in period, if that makes sense. So Border Reavers, it's a Raiders game, and that is ultimately what it is. The idea of that game is it's small raids, stealing cattle, etc. That's how I can differentiate between that game and maybe saying like a medieval game where you've got a guy in a full suit of armour. He's not going to be much use in a skirmish. He's not going to move much.
He's going to be knackered after he does move.
Yeah, and it's like you see these videos of how they would handle, like, if you've got your heavy impact cavalry, they're pretty much useless after that, because it would show you how some of these poorer soldiers or men would utilise these guys in these heavy pieces of armour and drag them to the floor and stick a fucking spike through their helmet and kill them. No, and that's how I'd imagine that would go in a skirmish with a guy in a heavy suit of armour. And that's how, like, there's low level armour in my game. And skirmish games I play, like French Indian War, yep, skirmish, I would say. Gangs of Rome,
Barnsley,
sorry. Same idea. So I have a line where I would draw it in terms of what I consider in a skirmish game and what I believe is believable. Like I never even consider English Civil War is a real skirmish type game that I would play, because the biggest benefits of that, or when you're thinking about it, is pikes, musket. It's probably not huge benefits to those types of weapons in a skirmish. Like why have a skirmish game and then say you can have a pike block in it?
Pike is definitely not a skirmish weapon.
It can be, but it's like
you just have to run past them, don't you?
When they talk about what was those books that was written, the storybooks about the English Civil War, and it's about the Cavalier guy. Try to remember, is it Michael Arnold that wrote them?
Michael Arnold. I've read quite a lot of them. Yeah, Striker, right? But there's loads of stories in that about like skirmish level actions, and it certainly there's discussions about what they get. Like when Trozy's Irish were doing, they were cutting their pikes down. They do that in that book because they're going in for basically a fisticuffs. So like, I've not like ditch the muskets. They're of fucking no use right now because you're not going to hit anything. And the time that you've loaded that musket and try and hit something, the guys ran away.
Oh, stabbed you.
So cut, yeah. So cutting your pikes down, yeah, you could actually use it. Right, cut them down because we're going in and we're going to have a right tear up. That's more believable. But then you read a skirmish set of rules for English Civil War, and it's like, yeah, pipe block. I would just run round it.
Well, I've actually while we've been talking, I've written another 3 down.
Got 3 rants.
No.
3 rants.
3 more medieval skirmish games.
What have you been looking at that you pissed you off in between?
It was Pillage that did it. No, it was Pillage and Scorchio that did it. And it was just like, more? What the So, and it's not like, I get it in the music business. Like in the mid-1980s, heavy metal was like guys with beards, playing, in pubs, bit of grunchy rock sound coming on from Free, Led Zeppelin, Bad Company. And then somebody went, why don't we put you all in spandex and give you really big hair? and like, these bands are coming out of Stoke and fucking Rotherham and whatever. Right, we're going to be big. I've got this great tune. Fuck it, right. Never mind that. I want you to go home, steal your mother's makeup, get your fucking granny's pants on, and twist your hair and spin round with the guitar in the video. So I can get that. There's a trend and everyone jumps onto it. But these are war games rules. You're not selling millions of them.
No, but there's still a trend in wargaming. There still are trends. There are still things
a wrong trend.
But the thing is, I mean, the current landscape for wargaming is skirmish gaming, because
it's that big. The current landscape is probably about that big.
Yes, it is. It's 3x3, or 2x2. And it just seems to be that the flavour of the month is the medieval period. So, somebody has produced some medieval rules, or somebody else has seen it and said, oh, that's interesting, I could do something like that, but I'm going to do it in 100 years of war rather than whichever other war. And so people just keep doing it, and it kind of perpetuates itself, and it gets to a point where the market is saturated and everybody moves on to a different thing anyway. So I'm not even sure what the next great.
All waving at you now, listen.
but I think you've got a good point there, Alex. And I think that what we need is some original thought in the hobby, and maybe like a 1947 post-war.
But the thing with medieval is like right. Think about it. You want to play. Most people probably want to play a big battle medieval game. Okay, but that is a massive undertaking if you're starting from scratch.
It's not. It's fucking lazy people. They just can't be bothered to paint more than 10 figures. I put a picture up of my Young Guard Brigade, which I'm really proud of. 174 figures. and that's a tiny part of an army. It's 4 battalions, bit of skirmishers and a gun battery, and a command base. That's like 15 armies.
Yeah, it is. But
Yeah, but
you're mental.
That's good when you've like. Yeah, he is mental, but you have a focus and it's good. And
We'll live with that.
I'm trying to do my focus
We'll
on
live with that diagnosis.
my Battle of Falkirk. And it's hard, because it is just that one focus, and then there's so many games out there that you go, oh, I wouldn't mind playing that. Or somebody else says to you, do you want to play this game? And you go, well, I don't have any figures, right? You need to go and paint them. But this is where it's becoming more and more common. There's so many games that you'd want to try and get through on a club night. It's 2-3 hours max, not a big, huge game. And that's not me being against huge games. I love huge games. But when you're going to a club night, you're never getting that put on. Like when we used to go to the Glasgow club, used to be these guys that were right into World War II, 20 mil, and they probably spent more time setting it up than they ever did play it.
You just need to go to Stoke and go in the room with
the tables. They've got two choices down
there. The splitters. Yeah.
Guys, we need some space. We'll just come through here.
The thing is, I was just
sorry,
say,
Alex, go on.
It's just occurred to me. I mean, the thing is, in the past, we had less choice of not only of rules, but of figures as well. So figure ranges and things. So you were more in a position to create big games because there were so few other things that you could dip your toes into or your fingers into, all these different pies that you have. Whereas now, because we have so much choice as a wargamer, if you're starting a wargamer, you want to go, okay, I want to try out these rules, but I only want to paint 8 figures before I go into these rules, and I put in other 8 figures. And you don't have to put, you're shaking your head there, Ken, but this is the reality of the wargaming world as it stands. That doesn't mean to say that, big games are being pushed out. It's just that in order for people to get people into periods and into gaming, you've kind of got to start them small because they have so much choice that it is overwhelming. I've got thousands of figures, but all my figures are, basically for 3 periods, because they're the 3 periods that I like and I concentrate on. And I want to do big games with those, like with the epic stuff and things, but I also am happy to do skirmish games with other stuff. But I've got thousands. If I wanted to, I could do a massive World War II game because I've got thousands of 15 mil figures. But, I just don't. But I'm very different to a lot of wargamers who want to do a little bit of everything and want to try something new when something new comes along. So you don't want to be spending, painting 1,000 figures to have a game in 2 years when by that time 8 other rule sets have come out. Do you know what I mean?
I'm still on rule sets from the 1970s.
Oh, but again, you are, you're against the grain in the same way that I relatively against the grain. I don't buy that many new rules, and I stick with the stuff that I like, and I stick with the periods I like. But a lot of wargamers aren't like us. They're the ones that want to go, oh, I'll have a bit of this, bit of that, bit of this. So they're never really, they're not settling down on one particular period to concentrate on it and to make it big. Do you know what I mean? And this is the market. Sorry, let me just finish this, Sean. That's the market because people are buying like that. So the market is reacting to how people buy. So this is why you're getting lots of skirmish games because they're just, I can sell this to people and they'll buy it. Go on, Sean.
But I've said this countless times that wargaming is a broad church, that there's room for us all. I'm sorry to
House.
I'm sorry to be a voice of reason. Listen, I know a lot of what we all say is a little bit tongue in cheek, isn't it? There's no one right way of doing anything. We tolerate it. But those games that you put on Ken, like your Mentana game, are magnificent spectacles.
Award-winning even.
Award-winning, magnificent.
If only War Games Illustrated could get the fucking right award. Anyway.
Let it go.
I've touched an open sore.
Let it go.
And that suits what you want out of the hobby. You want to be collecting those huge armies. Your output is prolific. the amount of
Wait until I retire.
28mm figures. Well, the amount of figures that you churn out for these games, and it's not like you're using a dip method or speed paint, God forbid, or contrast. You're painting in that traditional style, and they look absolute quality from your bases to your flags to your figures to your conversion.
Iain does most of the flags.
Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But and Alex has hit on the point there that there's a commercial element to this. What sells? There's always got to be something new. So, as you know, I'm big friends with Martin Goddard at Peter Pig, and he might release a new range or a new sculpt of a figure, or a new tank in World War II or whatever. People say, "Oh, that's lovely," but what about this? Or when are you going to do this? Or what's coming next? That's great, but he famously, when the old, you remember when Yahoo groups used to be the place to be to talk about the hobby. There was a Rules for the Common Man, which is the Peter Pig group. There was a Yahoo group on there, and a group, 2 or 3 people on there said, "It'd be great, Martin, if you released a 14th Army range for World War II, the Forgotten Army." So he did his research, went away, sculpted an entire range of the 14th Army. Nobody bought it because people had moved on by then. And it truly became the Forgotten Army. He'd spent all this time sculpting, 20 packs of figures, 3 sculpts per pack, 60-odd sculpts, and nobody
Well, to be
bought
fair,
it.
Sean, I bought a lot recently, so he'd made some sales.
Yeah, no, in fairness, I bought an army of them last year and painted them. So I'm not saying there's no sales, but that initial enthusiasm where everybody said, "Oh yeah, it'd be great if you released a 14th Army. It'd be brilliant. I'd buy loads of those."
That's it. If it's in front of them, they'll buy it. If you've got to wait for it, like you said, they've moved on to something completely different. Yeah,
because there's this. I think the demographic, and I've got no evidence for this, but I suspect that this is the case, that attention spans are getting a lot shorter. And I blame social media for this. Things like TikTok, where my 15-year-old daughter will sit and watch videos that last 15 seconds long, and she gets a dopamine hit off that, and then she's on to the next one, the next one, the next one. So there's no permanence to anything. There's this constant churn over of a need for the next hit in whatever format that comes. And I think wargaming sort of has moved into that space a little bit, where they're releasing all of these. There's no new mechanic. There's nothing new in wargames rules. Well, very rarely there's nothing new. We've had playing cards. We've had odd-shaped dice. We've had no dice. We've had squares. We've had whatever. There's very rarely anything new, is there, within that wargaming space? So I haven't read Pillage. I haven't read, never mind the Bellhooks, but I guess there's a movement phase, and I guess there's a shooting phase, and I guess there's a fighting phase, and I guess there's a morale phase, and those things have been constant since Don Featherstone or Charles Grant first wrote rules. But there's space for all of us, isn't there? So my particular passion in historical gaming is generally anything that Peter Pig have released. So I counted up the other day. Peter Pig have got 28 sets of rules from ancients up to modern warfare, and I've got them all, and I've got at least 2 armies for each of those sets of rules. Armies, I know, Ken, is a subjective comment. Nothing on the scale that you do, but it satisfies my desire for playing war games. He's currently writing or rewriting his Sudan rules for skirmishes in the Sudan. And I've got a tray here next to me of Egyptians for the 1880s in the Sudan, and I'm loving sitting and painting those. But I don't expect anybody else to be very interested in the fact I've got a tray full of 15mm Egyptians here that I'm painting up slowly. But that's my little corner. That's my little niche within the niche that is wargaming. But I think also we can also respect and understand the enjoyment that you get, Ken, out of your massive games, that you get, Alex, out of the 3 periods that you play, out of the stuff that you produce, Iain, writing your rules, researching and getting those ranges of figures, those beautiful figures sculpted. In fact, I've been looking at your Jacobite stuff tonight. Absolutely gorgeous. But we've all got that enjoyment, haven't we? We all get our own dopamine hit out of whichever corner of the hobby they are. And we're all mates here, and we've met up at shows and what have you. And have a little bit of a gentle rib about it, but I know that each of us respects each other's own passions and own interests within the hobby. There is no one right way of doing this. We are a broad church, and there is room for us all. But yeah, why we've got so many proliferation of medieval skirmish rules at the moment, I don't know, Ken. So I'm
just going to add 3 to the mix before we go. Assassins and Templars.
Yes.
Fucking now that is
which is a take on Assassin's Creed, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
And the most popular Crusaders, Templars. I'm not trying to sell it or anything,
obviously.
But the funny story about that was, I'll tell you a funny story about that. The episode, the edition of the magazine came out for that one. On the back of all the stuff that everyone would go, that's fucking AI, that's shit, that's wrong, that's shit. So they produced or showed a picture of a hand drawing of what the cover was going to be. And somebody in the comments, I don't know who it was, put, "You've only done that so it doesn't look like it's going to be an AI cover."
AI, yeah.
Anyway, that made me laugh. Anyway, Baron's War. It's been around for a while. Medieval Skirmish.
Yeah. Second edition now.
It seems to be quite popular, doesn't it? I think as well.
Yeah. And then I don't know the real name of this because it's a bit like Gangs of Barnsley. I've got Rampant Rabbit down. Obviously that's
Lion Rampant. Lion.
Obviously that's a sex toy, but Lion Rampant. I know. I came downstairs, opened the package, thought my wife had bought me a set of War Games rules. Oh dear.
He's here all week.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately.
But again, it's this way that it depends what you want from a skirmish set of rules. So, as I say, when I did my border reading, well, whatever tickles your fancy.
That's what Ken's wife said.
But it's things like Lion Rampant. So I played Lion Rampant, and I regretted it because it was who I played with. But I played it with other guys, and then I kind of liked it, and I was kind of like, right, okay, I can kind of get the idea. And it's how you play with these sets of rules, and if you come up, so if you're going with a skirmish game, you need to come up with like a sort of narrative behind the game and what. When we played Lion Rampant, and it's this way that people just lined up and tried to play like a medieval big battle game, but with so few miniatures, and I went, this isn't fun. It's just a lineup, and we're just beating the shit out of each other. What's the point? And then I've played it with a lot of terrain on the table. You see how like Martin sometimes plays games on Seventh Son, and you actually then have to think about your movement around the table. There's actually a story why you're in this village or whatever. Then the skirmish game comes to life. If you start playing a skirmish game with a story, it becomes more interesting.
Well, it's that narrative
than just
it?
lining up. And it's like, I played games of Saga with guys, and they just lined up and beat the shit out of each other. I'm like, how are you having fun? But it's.
But the thing is, though, Iain,
it's different strokes for
different folks. They were having fun.
100%.
You know, they were having fun. That's the thing, isn't it? You know, that's just. Your fun is a different type of fun to their fun,
and quite often for me, it's who you play with, not what you're playing.
Always,
you know, it's more about the personalities around the table for me, to be honest. I have to say, it's that social element.
I think with the right group of people, you could have a fantastic game with a shit set of rules.
Which is why I play solo.
We're going back.
Playing with himself.
Going back to Rampant.
Still loses.
Going back to Rampant Rabbit there, playing solo. Anyway, we'll finish this section here, and all I can say is that the Yorkshire batter mix has never been so well done as it is now since we got the rampant rabbit. So we'll be back in a minute with the questions.
Hi, this is Big Lee, and I was on episode 72 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reet Big Wargames podcast, talking about my wargaming group Posties Rejects and about the Salute show that took place earlier in the year. I just wanted to wish all the listeners a very Merry Christmas and a cracking New Year. I hope the festive season brings you good food, good company, and at least one box of miniatures you absolutely didn't need but fully deserve. May your dice roll true, your glue set quickly, and your paint dry exactly when you want it to.
Hey up, this is Mark Strachan, and I was in episode 78 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reet Big Wargames podcast talking about wargaming in New Zealand. I really enjoyed talking to Ken way back in August, although he hasn't spoken to me since. I think he must be miffed that New Zealand beat England 3-0 in last month's one-day cricket matches. Oh well. Anyway, Merry Christmas to you, Ken, and all the podcast listeners.
Hi, this is Martin Kelly from episode 68 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reet Big Wargames podcast, where Ken and I were talking about recreating the 1525 Battle of Pavia in 28mm for the 500th anniversary of the battle. I am pleased to report that since the show, we successfully ran the game 5 times at Historicon, with over 100 players taking part. I'm now starting work on an even bigger 1813 Napoleonic project, which you'll be able to follow at collegeofkings.com. Thanks to everyone who listened to the episode, and I would like to wish Happy Christmas to all you Reet Big gamers out there.
Well, we're back in the room, and I've had a wee. I've got a mince pie and a drink, and it's the bit of the show where the listeners, the wonderful listeners to the show, send in questions, and as we've had over the years, they vary in quality. But if you're daft enough to send a question in, you know that there's a possibility that they're going to get ripped to pieces. But I have to say, they have been quite good this time, because I don't know if you saw the post I put out. I did put a little bit of a caveat that is kind of don't put shit questions in.
What's your favourite army? Or...
Yeah, and all that sort of stuff. So let's crack on and see how we get on. So DB Paints on X. And this is just for Alex, this one. What's the best thing about being internet hobby famous? And then he's put or infamous.
The women. I don't know. Am I
drink?
Is the women. Yeah. The money. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the women, the drugs, the drink. You know, those usual things. Really, that's.
Kids want your autograph.
I'm fighting them all off. Yeah.
The paparazzi must be a pain in the arse, though.
Oh, it is. I can't go out without covering my face. You know, it's awful. It's awful. They're camped outside the house right now.
That's Ken with his little mate too.
I've only had one selfie.
I always do selfies with you.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, you did one with me. I think you're the only person that's done one with me, Iain.
I used to always do the selfies and put them on the Facebook.
I'm always waiting for somebody to go, you're that fucking one that said. Well, they never do. Even, Andy Cowan came up to see me at parties, and I thought, hey, here we go. But he was right. He was right as rain. He was absolutely right as rain.
That's what I mean. People will not say to your face what they're willing to type on a social media, will they?
Oh, well, there we go. So yeah, because I see this. I'll say it. I don't get any fucking free shit. Him over there in the top corner, he gets everything.
I don't. Honestly, I don't. These days, the last things I got was stuff that Warlord sent through to me, but their comms team have gone completely. They've just literally dropped off a cliff with me. I haven't heard a thing from them at all.
Come on,
It's your association with Ken, mate. That's what's the problem.
It's ruined it. I was doing great until I came on this crap. Yeah. But no, to be honest,
when you did the first one 5 years ago, you had about 5,000 subscribers.
Look at me now.
18,000.
18,000. That is incredible.
I could have a lot more.
Everyone
if it wasn't for you. If it wasn't for you.
Where can I listen to Alex without that fucking idiot Riley swearing over the top of it? So they all come to you. Only Wargamer of Kent on Blue Sky. Some rule sets have cards for activation or other uses when these are specific to a system and not just to use the standard deck of 52. Does that put you off a rule set?
No. In fact, having a standard set of 52 cards puts me off a rule set.
Oh,
same. I'm in that camp.
I want something that is specific to the game. Yeah, I always feel a bit like I've been cheated if you're drawing cards, playing cards as part of a war game.
So I've played games that you pull the war. Well, there's games that I've played that I've felt as though it kind of goes with it, like a Western game, and it's like a poker type card. Like, it kind of fits with the theme, so I kind of allow it to go. But I love Muskets and Tomahawks, and that's a card activated game. Mm-hmm. But it's got its own specific cards for it because you're basically picking it out. It's like that type of unit can move.
Yeah, I love them as well. I love card activated games, but like I Ain't Been Shot Mum, for example, love that. Through the Mud and Blood, we're going to be playing that tomorrow at the club, and I love the card activations. I love the fact that you can weight a deck with other cards. You can put more things into it, and you can make it different. I don't feel you can really do that with a set of normal playing cards. You can do, but then every card that you pull has to have a different value to the actual face value of the card. Do you know what I mean? It's like, right, pull the two of hearts. What does that mean? Now I've got to look that up. Whereas, if you have an actual bespoke deck, it's like, right, this is Platoon 1, this is an anti-tank gun, or, whatever.
Like, so I've played for King and Parliament, but when I play that, I use the chips because I don't get the cards.
It did become a problem recently in the last week, actually. I've been looking for a set of Italian Wars campaign rules called Pike and Plunder by James Roach, who lives in Ilkley, and he seems to have disappeared off the map. Hope he's all right. But that has a specific set of cards that goes with it as well. But it was produced in 1990. So I got the book, all excited, started read through it, and it says, for example, when you draw card number 12, this is what will happen. What I thought was like at the back there'd be a list of the cards.
That was going to be my next question. There isn't.
But thankfully, somebody had a copy on the computer that they could send me. With it being out of print and stuff, I was quite happy with it. But it can be limiting if the rules have been out for a while and you can't get hold of the cards.
Or even if you have to make your own deck as well, that can be off-putting.
Yeah. I had a thing, Soldiers of God, the rules I didn't like for Crusades. I know people who've not been able to get the card set for that, and it just means that you can't play them without the card set. Yeah. So I think, so long as it's all available, then big tick. Right. Tarquin Lloyd on Threads. What keeps you in the hobby? Fucking idiots like these three.
For me, I think this hobby is multifaceted, isn't it? It's always there for you. So it's not just about painting figures. It's not about buying figures. It's not about playing games. It's not about reading. It's all of those things. There's always something to do. I defy anybody to be bored who is a tabletop wargamer because there's always something to do. Even if you lose your mojo for painting, you can read a book. If you've finished the book, you can build a bit of terrain. built your terrain, go and play a game. If new period, you read a book, see a film, it inspires you then to go and research a new period, and the whole process starts again. It never ends, does it? The journey never ends. You never finish an army. There's always another figure, another unit, another whatever that you want to get. There's just so much to it that I had this discussion with a family friend who said, why'd you do it? And it wasn't there wasn't an accusation of why you're still playing with toy soldiers, because that's kind of it was a grown up decision, because they're very much into online gaming, computer gaming, so Call of Duty or whatever. And I said, well, if you play Call of Duty, then you're just sat there playing your computer game, aren't you? And this wasn't being disparaging to them, that's what they enjoy, but there's so much more to what we do. We can take this hobby anywhere with us, can't we? Whether it's a set of rules, or you're reading a blog online, or listening to a podcast. There's so much to it. You never get to the bottom of what you can't complete wargaming, can you?
No.
you can't finish it. It's always there. There's always something different. And even if it's getting into a rant that there's been 3 sets of medieval skirmish rules released, you can't tell the difference. Nine. You can't tell the difference between any of them. There's always something new, isn't there? Shows fantastic. Although I don't go to half as well, a fraction of the shows I used to go to. Well, they aren't there for a start, are they? Well, one of my favourite shows in all the world, which is usually in March, and it used to be the week before Triples, which is gone, obviously. Well in Wolverhampton now, that's gone. I've been going to that show for 35 years. And once they're gone, they never come back. That's a different topic, sorry. But there's always something else to do in this hobby.
But there's also, on top of that, I 100% agree with that. Also on top of that is you've got the social aspect.
Yeah, 100%.
So playing the games with your mates. Yeah. Sometimes we were talking earlier, the game itself takes second place to just hanging out with your mates. Yeah. And
pushing
some figures about social interaction. Yeah. So all of those things add up, and that's what keeps me in it, at least.
Yeah, for me, it's a great outlet from my day-to-day life. That's the biggest thing for me, the fast pace of being a father with young. I've got 3 kids, but 2 of them being very young, busy in work. I stupidly run a war games business. So for me, the hobby is like that outlet. It's a different pace. My mind is always occupied with the hobby. It can continue, but it also introduced me to people that I probably would never have met in my day-to-day life, because where I grew up, and like friends that I still have from growing up, none of my friends are war game hobbyists. I've made numerous friends through the hobby, but had I not been part of that, I probably wouldn't have met them. With where I stay, etc. But it's that outlet for me. It probably keeps me in it and introduces me to people all the time that I don't know. I can be speaking to people all around the world, especially with the business. Speaking to people from France and Germany just today about things in terms of the hobby.
I mean, what else will we be doing on a weekend? Putting leather boots on and Hugo Boss designed uniforms and a peak cap. taking our German shepherds for a walk.
Be cheaper though, Ken.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. Before we go on, Sean, you need to say something. I don't know whether you remember this from our old shows, but to finish the bingo, you need to say God's own scale can be anything.
God's own scale can be anything. It's in the eye of the beholder.
God's own county.
Absolutely.
Is Yorkshire.
Lancashire.
Anyway, we've got that.
Wow.
Got that one out of the way. This one's going to be fun. There's going to be blank faces on this one, so I'll do this one quickly. Ian Robertson. In Gaming the Italian Wars, do you think mixed units of pike, swordsmen and arquebusier better reflect the historical reality rather than individuals of each?
Yes.
God's sake,
Sean's
Ian.
not sure. It's another
No
Ian.
idea.
Yeah,
I know
So-
Ian Robertson. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he is a nice guy.
It's a
It depends-
50-50 answer, isn't it?
It depends on the period. It depends on the nation. It depends on your rules. But I like to have the flexibility to have both, because you can't fight with a pipe block in a wood. So when your pipe block gets to a wood, you either get tangled up and kill 15,000 fucking squirrels, or you put your pipes down and run in with your sword. So horses for courses, or painting, whatever you choose to do. Mark Ogilvie. Fans of 3D printing predict that colour printed figures are likely in the near future. I assume that such figures will have fairly basic colour schemes. Therefore, will these figures count as painted or unpainted?
Well, they're already available.
Yeah.
You can get them. So it's not in the near future. It's happening. It's now. Science fiction is science fact.
And the technology will just get better on that, won't it?
Oh, of course it will, yeah.
Me, I'm not bothered. But I wouldn't have them. And most people that I game with probably wouldn't have them, so it doesn't affect my hobby. But yeah,
Do they count as unpainted?
Nah.
No, I don't think they do, because they're coloured in, aren't they? I mean, it's only the same as playing Wings of War, or Wings of Glory. All those aeroplanes are pre-painted. It's just pre-paints.
It will just,
however good or bad they are.
Yeah, it will just bring lazy people into the hobby who can't bother to paint. Is what it will do.
With a medieval skirmish at 8 figures.
Yeah, but then when the printing press came out, you didn't buy your paintings from the artist. You bought a print of them, and that didn't stop people painting.
No,
it's just people like me who painting is 70%, 80% of the hobby will carry on doing it, and those people who are lazy or have got less time will buy them pre-painted.
Horses for courses, isn't it?
Horses for courses. My mate Martin Kelly. In a project where you have a wide range of units from, say, guard to landwehr, as you're building towards an historical order of battle, if you were building a more generic force, would you draw more towards guards, elite, reserve, or conscript units?
I'd do what is historically plausible.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, you're going to have very few guard, you're going to have very few elite, you're going to have lots of conscripts, you're going to have lots of average line troops.
Yeah.
Depends what points level you're paying at, though. If you're playing at 1,500 points, then it's different to 2,000 points. So
if it's on the list as well, if you look at the list where you're building your army from,
how you can maximise that list.
Min-max all the way.
Anyway, I think if you build into an historical order of battle, you can't get more historic than that, because it's real. It's real. But I think one of the things that you do get when you go for historical stuff is take World War II, for example. And if I was building a German army late war, because I think it's fun. Then the Yak Tigers were all in one unit, so they don't randomly turn up as one. They turned up as 18 or 12 or however many they made. I can never remember. So they're going to be, you could have a 12 Yag Tigers and everyone would go, yeah, that's not right. No, but it is. But what isn't right is you get one turning up there and one turning up there and one turning up there.
Well, what you got to think is the ones that are turning up, are they on the flanks of the other ones? So the other ones still exist, they're just off the table. But the one that has turned up is having an effect on that particular part of the battle.
If you're playing Flames of War, though, you can see it. because they're wheel to wheel, aren't they?
Yeah,
track
it's
to track.
a line of them anyway. Yeah.
Because what we always forget about in our wargaming is the poor bastard, not at the front line, but the poor bastard at the back who's got to fucking fix these things. And it's German, so it's so complicated, it's unbelievable. So there'll be like one guy who's qualified on Jagdtigers. It's like, right, I've got another one to fix. What is it?
Vorsprung Dirk technique, mate. That's all I'll say to you.
Yeah. So those guys who can fix them are concentrated in a very small place. So they don't spread. Anyway, never mind. But yes, I try and keep it that way. Another one from Martin. When you paint a force, do you prefer figures in parade ground uniforms or campaign uniforms? That's quite a good one.
Campaign uniforms.
You like a covered shake, or
a bit grimy, a bit different.
Easier to paint.
You know, grime on them.
More realistic.
Yeah.
I like a nice guard uniform, all pristine and everything.
Well, that's different with the guard, isn't it?
Yeah.
They polish up, but you common guard and infantry. There'll be all sorts of different kit, won't there? Whatever they can find.
You can polish a guard, but you can't polish a turd.
Interestingly, when I painted Space Marines and did them dirty as Space Marines, I was told that Space Marines were never dirty. They would never be allowed to get dirty. I was incorrect historically or factually or whatever. I'd done them wrong.
Were they there?
Thank you, Iain. Thank you.
Can you not? Yeah. Can you get like little robot Space Marine cleaners for an extra point?
I think that must be what they have. That they have these little robot cleaners that go along and buff up the armor. But I thought it just with a bit of mud splatter.
You have these days. You have tank washers, and they had them in the Second World War. So, when you come out of the field, you wash down your tank. So I don't see why the Space Marines wouldn't be hosed down after when they get back on their ship that they've travelled across the universe with nuclear powered ship. To go and attack somebody with a chainsaw on the ground.
I think that's. I think you find
probably what's happening.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. Yeah.
Probably what's happening. I would have thought.
Is that where you start in the Space Marine Corps as a Space Marine hoser downer?
Yeah, you got to work your way up, haven't you?
Yeah.
Or maybe they have crew like MT crew. It's just a bunch of guys with a hose pipe. Or several hose pipes.
Possible.
You'd need quite a few hose pipes, wouldn't you? Because there's a lot of Space Marines.
There is.
You want one of them standing in a queue waiting to get hosed down. It'd take a while, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, the Tyranids would be all over the place.
Exactly.
You'd have a Space Marine washer where they put them on conveyor belts.
And they put like a car wash. With
those rollers,
swirly things.
Those hair roller things.
Yeah. And you could choose, if you wanted your uniform waxed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice finish.
Hot wax.
Right?
Hot
wax.
Extra £2 for that, though.
Get the entire Legion through. Quick, we've got a battle to go through.
You don't get this at a 40k podcast. Oh, right. This one is very much for Alex. Right, we can all have a sleep. Holden Arnold, or maybe Arnold Holden on Facebook. I always look forward to Brews in the Binyard. Fucking well done, son.
Good man.
However, your question is a bit Alex-centric.
Is the only one that does look forward to it.
Hey! First World War-centric pair of questions. First one for Alex. On the channel, there are a number of your channel. There are a number of videos showcasing both Through the Mud and the Blood and Great War Chain of Command to play Western Front battles. What are the strengths and weaknesses of each system in representing the decisions a platoon commander might have to make, and how do you feel both scale up to larger company-sized actions?
I don't know.
It's fucking asked you.
Next.
Done.
I'm relying on you for this one.
I could give quite a long answer to this, but I'm not going to.
Yeah,
well, what I think is, I find Mud and Blood feels a bit more narrative, and that's probably because with the cards that I use for it are named individuals. So I've always got the same kind of corporals coming up and the same graphiters and things. They always come up. So it feels more narrative, and it also, I think, it shows the command and controls issues in the First World War quite well because it's done on cards. So you really need to get your commanders and your leaders, big men, in spaces that they can then influence as many people as possible, so you can tip the balance of the cards coming up when you need them. Same could be argued for Chain of Command, but you've got a little bit more choice in Chain of Command in that you can manipulate the dice that you roll to make them into the scores that you want, whereas you can't do that with Through the Mud and the Blood. I think Through the Mud and the Blood probably... Well, you can play a big Chain of Command with it and go up to platoon company, big cock, or big cock too, and play it at a bigger level quite easily, especially with big cock coming out probably next couple of weeks. And but I've also successfully played Through the Mud and the Blood as well, pretty high level as well, company level. The problem is you get to a point where you put a lot of cards into the deck. And that's the issue. There's a point where there's so many cards that it kind of almost becomes unplayable because you're taking a long time just going through cards. So yeah, I'm not really sure which one I would say. They're both great games. Just play them. Yeah, is a short answer.
In their own ways.
Yeah, try them out and see which one you prefer yourself. I think is the short answer.
Right. The second part of the question, I'm relying on you because I haven't fucking looked this up.
Yeah, I saw this question come up and I was hoping you had something to add.
I'm keen on starting my own First World War collection based on the campaigns in the Isonzo Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
where we are.
Yeah.
Do you know where we are?
Yeah. Austrians and Italians.
I'm fucked for that because I've got no idea.
It's up in the mountains. It was fought over. There was about 4 or 5 battles of the Isonzo.
Is it where Ryanair land for Rome?
Yeah, pretty much. And Vienna.
So he's having a look into it, and he's asking which one of the 2 discussed rule sets you think would be better for it, or is there a better representative set of rules for that? Thearata.
I would refer my gentleman, my learned friend, to the previous answer, which is try and get them both, try them out, see which one you prefer, and. As for other rules, I don't know. Try something like square bashing. Give that a go. That's a great set of rules. It's. I think I could be wrong on this. I don't know if you know, Sean, but there may be lists for the Austrians and the Italians in there anyway.
There are definitely lists for Italians and Austrians in there.
Yeah, I generally just look at the British, German, and French ones.
Yeah, me too.
But yes,
oddly, there are Mexican Revolution lists in there as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it is bolt action, isn't it? So it goes all the way to like bolt action
yes.
weapons, isn't it?
Yes, as opposed to the bolt action rules.
Bolt action rules, yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, but either would work. But as would square bashing or something else.
Just to add to that, Great War Spearhead. There's a couple of blogs.
Yeah, they're quite popular, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a couple of blogs where people play those rules and they refight Isonzo 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever number it is. But quite interesting read.
Yeah.
It's a guy in New Zealand, I think.
Is it Steve's Balagan?
He does it as well, but it's a guy in New Zealand, and I can't remember his name now. But if you just type Great War Spearhead,
New Zealand bloke,
Robin, his name is. I can't quite remember his surname.
But yeah, it's an area of the war that I've never really explored, and I know very little about. I mean, apart from it was in mountains.
Excellent. A good excuse for a bit of terrain building. Nigel Evans, this is a statement rather than a question. Is Bangkok a place or an injury?
Well, the 1980s called and they want the jokes back. First of all. So, yeah, there you go. That's my answer.
That's a good one. Argument on email.
God, you got some emails.
Oh yeah, I got emails this time as well.
Wow.
Me goat's getting angry. I can feel me goat coming. Terms like slap chop, making up names for old techniques, referring to dudes instead of rank file for infantry and calling them cool. Minis, like an adolescent yank, drives me to murderous urges. Are there any similar terms in wargaming that gets on your goat?
I don't mind slap chop, and I don't mind these names. Merry Christmas, dudes. Is what it says on Ian's. I do. That does get my goat where people call wargaming figures little guys, and I've seen it starting to creep in. These little guys or little dudes, and I've seen it starting to creep in a lot of things. I think it's coming in from 40k and stuff. I don't know if anybody else has noticed it.
Can I comment on the slap chop thing? And we've probably, or certainly you guys might have talked about this before. I think that
I doubt it, Sean. We've never talked about anything on this, to be fair.
Never get to a point.
Nothing of substance, anyway.
No.
We had half an hour on Nazis.
The guy Rob, who runs the Honest Wargamer YouTube channel, and Jugs, which is him, Louise, and Chris Peach. Yeah. So Rob invented that term, slap chop, as a bit of a tongue-in-cheek. It was just a description of how he was using contrast paints, basically spraying black, dry brushing grey, dry brushing white. So you've got that sort of those three levels of contrast or definition, I suppose, and then putting the contrast paint over it came out with a really good result. Tongue-in-cheek called it slap chop. Didn't suggest that he was making. He discovered a whole new way of painting figures and took claim for it. I think people have just taken it a little bit out of context and for some reason. And this is one of the things that pisses me off and could have been one of my rants, where people basically take things out of context or get on a hobby horse and point fingers and shout and scream at clouds or whatever. These young people, this younger generation seem to not. They feel as though the younger generation isn't paying due deference to the veterans like us who've gone before.
They're not.
So I don't take any. There's various versions of slap chop now. I forget what they are now, but yeah. I think I wouldn't get bent out of shape by this phrase.
It's called, and I've been on this rant before, it's called fucking about. People are fucking priming the fucking figures 3 times. How fucking much fucking about is that?
But then how many layers of paint do you put on top of your black undercoat, Ken, with your highlights? Have you got shade, middle, shade and highlights?
Yeah, I normally do a 3. Might do a 2.
Well, this is a 3. This is a 3. This is a 3 with a wash on top.
Stunned into silence.
Next.
Do you know? Interesting fact here: speed paints and washes are things that will kill your paintbrushes.
There's definitely something in them.
Yeah. Well, this
podcast is sponsored by Pro Art.
A bit like the shampoo ad. Here comes the science bit. It's because the paints are thinner, therefore they travel up the brush hairs into the finial, or whatever it's fucking called, and dry in there. And because they're drying, they expand and they push the hairs out. And the contamination is within the finial, and therefore you can't clean it.
The last pack of paints I bought, which was 20 brushes for a £5.
Rat hair boy. I mentioned you to Peter Thompson from Pro Art, and he did have a giggle about your rat hair brushes.
Still using them. A box full of them.
Good man.
Right, so factions.
I think that's answered that.
Yeah, factions. I don't.
Factions.
I'm not down with factions.
No.
Nazis are fun.
I can go to room 101.
I was reading War Games Illustrated on recently because I get a little bit frustrated occasionally. So when they come through the door, I'll pile them up and then maybe be 2 or 3 months behind. And the one on pillage, I read that in the bath. And it starts off with there are various factions in this, like the Vikings and the Normans. It's like, fucking. There could have been some great articles in that.
No, I'm with you on that. Factions does mine nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So now this is quite an interesting development in the hobby over recent weeks. Is that Warlord Illustrated? No, not the magazine. Warlord Games are opening a shop.
Mm.
And what are the people's thoughts? This is from Argument as well. What are people's thoughts on that?
Well, they've obviously done their research because it's quite a big move, isn't it, to open a shop?
Yeah.
And Games Workshop started off with an individual shop, didn't they? I mean, they weren't selling GW stuff, but there was, they started off as an individual shop. It provides an opportunity for people to go and play games if they've got space there. They're obviously just following the Games Workshop model with it, I'm assuming. I don't know a huge amount about it, Good luck to them.
But I don't know if the location's been disclosed yet. It just said Northwest.
Yeah, somewhere up in that area, isn't it? And Choryland, I'm not sure myself.
There's a video from them. I don't know whether it mentions on there where it's going to be, but I've just not had a chance to watch it as yet. I think it's a positive development.
Me too.
I have my issues with Warlord Games. I think they could be a much better company than they are. Some of their stuff, and again, this could be a Ken issue because it's the Italian Wars, but their Italian Wars gendarmes and their Italian Wars Swiss that they brought out, just fucking shocking. I would have turned my nose up in 1985 at them. They're just, and
are they plastics,
to me,
Ken? Are they plastics?
I think the metals.
No, the metals.
No.
Yeah, I think the metals. And for me, a company of that size should be producing the best stuff, and we should be all go like when Perry's brings something out. I never look at something that the Perry's bring out and go, "That's shocking." I look at it and go, "What the fuck's that? I've never heard of that war. Who are they?" But it's always quality, and I think that Warlord Games got the profile and the money, clearly, because they've got some cash from Airfix as well now, to be a hobby leader rather than let's put this stuff out and people will buy it because of the name. Anyway, that's me getting no more.
Anything that puts the hobby on the high street for me is a bonus. It's a recruitment tool, isn't it? Whether or not it'll make the money back, whether it'll be a loss leader for them, I don't know. I imagine it will be initially, certainly.
Well, you say it's a recruitment tool. I mean, it is and it isn't. It's a recruitment tool for Warlord in the same way that Warhammer stores are a recruitment tool for Games Workshop.
I accept that.
And you could always argue, say, well, it's a stepping stone into something else. But they're not selling other things. They're just going to be selling Warlord stuff.
Yeah.
So, if you're looking for 15mm Peter Pig, you're not going to find him in the Warlord shop.
No.
So it's not going to push people towards that. That I think is the thing that I probably... that's the thing that probably gives me pause for thought with it, because you're only going to get a certain amount of people going in who are wanting Warlord stuff. Whereas historical wargamers want a broader set of things. So I would rather go into a wargaming shop and, have lots of different things in there that aren't just Warlord. Do you know what I mean?
It's kind of introducing Warlord as a hobby.
The hobby.
As the hobby.
Wargaming
is a separate thing. Yeah.
Has anyone been? I don't suppose you have. It's on the south coast in Poole, but Entoyment.
I've heard of it. Positive things.
Yeah, so they moved this year from a building on an industrial estate to another much larger building, and it is without doubt the absolute best wargaming shop I've ever been in. It's huge. God knows how much it costs, but there's figures from every fantasy, every science fiction, a lot of historical figures and stock in there. It's well lit. There's loads of room. There's a cafe. There's toilets. All the hobby supplies you could ever wish for. There's huge amount of gaming tables to play for tournaments, etc. That is a great model because that is. I agree with Alex there that you're recruiting just for the warlord hobby, whereas in Toyman, God knows where the funds are from, because the amount of stock they've got in there, it must run into hundreds of thousands of pounds. But there is there's the assault group figures in there. I know you like, Ken. There's a huge amount of Perrys. I suppose the only thing for me is there's no 15. Well, there's Flames of War Battlefront, but there's no other sort of 15 mil option there, or 6 mil, or 10 mil. But it's a fantastic resource, and for me, that's the model that people should be looking for. But it costs a lot of money. That Warlord shop can only be in one place, can't it? It's very location specific. Obviously, it's a shop on a high street, so you're hoping that there's a lot of people in the catchment area there that are going to get pulled into it and shop there, because online, we can order in a pants at 3 o'clock in the morning, a new collection, can't we? Because we're spoilt by what's available online, but. I do take my hat off to them.
Good luck to them. I hope it works. I hope I hope it remains, and I hope they do open other ones. But I feel that they're kind of cutting their nose off to spite their face a bit. Literally, as you say there, for the same reasons. You need to draw in more people. You probably need a wider stock, especially if it's historical wargaming. Games Workshop don't have that problem, because Games Workshop have their own entire IP. That is theirs, that nobody else has. That is also well known. Far more, Warlord don't have the IP for the Second World War, whereas Games Workshop have the IP for 40k.
Yeah,
and I think that's the difference.
Although you wouldn't think it sometimes.
Yes.
I'm just trying to think of any youth-based organisation that was used to bring people into something when they grew up. No, it'll come to me in a bit. Right. Sean, is your mic catching on you? Question for Iain from Peter Weston. Was Iain at the Denmark game? If not, where did he watch it?
No, I didn't watch it.
You did not watch it. What?
Oh.
I'm not an international football fan. I've never really bothered. Yeah, I had those questions when I got to work. It's like, "Oh, are you still drunk?" I'm like, "From what?" They're like celebrating. I was like, "Nah."
I watched it. I watched it. And it was an amazing game. Absolutely amazing.
I don't really take much interest in international football.
Interesting.
Anyway,
sorry.
There you go, Peter. There's the answer to that question.
There's your answer. Next.
Interesting one, this one. Kevin Preston. What's your favourite War Games magazine article? Mine's Have Pike Will Travel from very old miniature war games.
Mine's a very easy answer. Is Henry Hyde's The War of the Fultenian Succession.
Oh, yes.
From, I think it was probably Miniature War Games back in the day. I don't think it was War Games Illustrated. But you're talking late 80s, I would guess. Mid to late 80s. Yeah.
Nice.
A lot of nostalgia around that. Big up to Henry.
Mine would be the same magazine, around the same time as well. There was it might have even been 3-part article on the Battle of Lieberwoltowitz, which was part of the Leipzig battle campaign. And we must have refought that 5 or 6 times because it's just full of cavalry. So you just literally, right, I'm going to throw that Cuirassier division in. Oh, that didn't work. I'll throw another one in.
With gay abandon.
It's just literally a massive cavalry smash up with little bits of infantry here and there. So that was definitely mine.
Did you handle your cavalry with the lightness of a pistol?
No. with the subtleness of a rampant dragon. Alex, have you got one?
Not really.
No? Not one that you wrote? Not one that you wrote?
One that I wrote. No, I can't really remember.
This is why he's got 15,000 subscribers, 18,000 subscribers. It's all fucking self.
I can't really remember them, to be honest. I mean, I used to read some of the old magazines. The only one I get these days is WSS magazine, and I read it through, but, like nothing really stands out that I would remember and rush back to. So, sorry.
It's not like Reader's Wives, is it? It's not
like no. Where it just falls open on certain pages.
Mine didn't. They were all stuck together.
Oh dear. Iain, save us from this madness.
No, I'm with Alex. I can't really think of a specific article that I've ever thought, that's unreal. You just kind of read the articles and then you move on, or you read so many of them, or you read online. I think it's probably, but it's interesting because the ones that you are pointing to are probably ones that you've got a more nostalgic feeling about from when you were younger. Mm-hmm. I'm probably growing up in a generation where I'm reading things on the internet and everything's at the touch of a button. So it's like remembering the first time you bought an LP. You probably have that memory. Kids aren't ever going to think of the first time they bought a song on Spotify. So it's that way.
Very true.
It's just throwaway culture.
Right, next question is from Steve Evans, and not the football manager that we spoke about earlier.
He's on the
Could be. In the interest of fun, going downhill already, and because I've already asked the PCP guys, we're a very different bunch, who did answer, by the way. Fucking hell, this is putting pressure on. I am an avid Kings of War fantasy battle gamer.
Oh, I know this Steve Evans very well.
Yeah, having 28 largest armies for this system. Largest. Let's see what we mean by large. Now, I know it isn't really your thing, as it's weird shit, but if you were to collect paint and plan an army for this, what would you choose and why?
Humans.
Romans?
Humans.
Yeah,
just humans. Whatever a human army is in that thing.
I have seen
Kingdoms of Men,
War.
Alex.
Right.
I've seen Kings of War. That's all I know about it.
Oh, I know Kings of War very well. I know Steve very well. Hello, Steve. I've got 8 or 9 armies, I think, for Kings of War. It is my favourite fantasy game. Mantic Games are my big guilty pleasure in the fantasy science fiction space, I suppose. I've got just about everything they've ever produced. I'm fourth edition has just released as of yesterday. My package landed, and I have.
I'll increase the sales of that by 0 with this audience.
You'll like this, Ken. I've got the Zakali Empire to paint. The new army from Mantic Games for Kings of War, the Zakali.
It sounds like one of those teen American sitcoms. Zakali with Taylor Swift and
spelt with an X.
Other one.
XERK something. Dogman, basically. Dogman from China.
No, it's a simple thing for me. Iain, do you know what we're talking about? Flags of War, Kings of War.
I don't
copied it off you.
War, but I would, if it was, when I play only when I play Lord of the Rings, and I go elves.
Go elves.
Lothlorien elves.
It's all that extra metal on the ears. Cost more. George Breeze. What is the greatest and worst display of sportsmanship you've seen in a game you've played? Something to think. I see a lot of sportsmanship because I think the games that I play tend to be laughy jokey make games rather than anything competitive.
Yeah, I'm the same as you, Ken. And I choose my opponents wisely.
Yeah.
The people that enjoy the game and have a laugh with the game, and don't mind winning or losing, and then just enjoy the ride. I have seen a few years ago playing Algie pulls it off at the club when it was one particular player's turn. Everybody had left the table for various reasons. I'd gone to the toilet, gone to the bar, had a look at some of the other tables. When we all came back, he just managed to perfectly align himself exactly behind another player's aeroplane.
Always a bit dodgy.
I've also seen as well at the Joy of Six when I put on a game of Bag the Hun with Battle of Britain, and we had two new guys come and join the table, and they wanted to play, and one guy from a club I used to go to, he'd been playing already, and he'd got into a pretty bad situation with German aircraft on the tail of his British aircraft, and he suggested that these two guys that had just sat down take his aircraft, which were the British ones, while he was going to take another flight that was not. Yeah. It's like, come on, lad. Come on. You literally cannot put them in the worst situation just because you've done that already. So, yeah, that was probably some of the more recent ones I think I've seen. But, yeah, from a good sportsman's point of view, I think everybody I play with is a good sportsman.
Yeah, you wouldn't play twice, would you, with somebody who wasn't?
And in terms of bad sportsmanship, it's probably, I think I've mentioned this one before, but try to get into a set of rules. It was Saga, and the guy I played with kind of didn't let me know all the special
the gotchas.
Rules.
Got the gotcha moments.
On the battle board and all these little niches, and until we'd switched the armies round, and he started pulling out all these wonderful things. I was like, this is my first time playing. You could have at least told me.
Yeah.
It's like it's not a competition. I'm not.
Yeah.
If I beat you, I beat you. But
I'm
not gonna.
That is particularly. Well done for not knowing the rules.
Yeah, it's like I was just shooting arrows in the first thing and getting beaten up, and then he takes the same arm. He's like, "Yes, these guys have got this special rule," and I'm like, "What?"
You didn't think to mention it.
Yeah, and I remember playing Star Wars Legion. And turned up at the club and we played it, and he's like, just bring your army. So as always, I took a rebel army, and he turned up with his Imperial, and then he's like, but I've got this special box set, so I get these extra figures on the table. And I was like, I don't have a fucking box set. How? I don't know about this. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, because you get this box set, you get these unlocks and get extra troops. And I'm like, and then proceeded to annihilate me within 2 turns.
Yeah, good fun.
I don't even understand that there's no satisfaction in it. Surely, if you're the one that's winning,
it's I think there's a personality type, Alex, that just thinks that's
wants
great.
To win.
It just
after 3 turns.
Greatness.
After 3 turns, it was like, right, if you want to play this again, don't call me.
Yeah.
So, second question from George. You can magically become owner, CEO of one wargaming company, not GW. Which one would you pick and why?
Perry.
To do what?
Just to own them.
Michael,
own the twins. So you can own the twins and put them in a dungeon.
Yeah,
I'd like to own their collection.
I'd just make a lot of money.
Yeah.
I don't care which one it is. Make me a tea. And I want it brilliantly. I want it brilliantly done.
Mine would be Peter Pig. I know Martin is referring to the fact recently that he's getting on a bit. His eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. His health isn't as good as it used to be, and how much longer he's going to continue with the company, I don't know. But I would take over Peter Pig just because I love the figures and rules.
Yeah, you see, I would have probably said that as well, Sean. But then I also think, taking over as a CEO of something means that your hobby has now become your job.
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't really want that.
No. If I'm CEO, starting to lose people left, right, and centre here.
Yeah. Like World War One.
Yeah.
While Alex is struggling to come back, I'll say War Games Illustrated, and I would have figures on the front cover.
That is the perfect answer.
In the very first issue, we'd have a big picture of his game.
Yeah.
Mentana, the award-winning. The award-winning.
Fuck. A pull-out poster.
Yeah.
I'd buy that. I'd buy that for $1.
Oh. Now we're talking.
Why can't we have figures on the front of that magazine? I've not bought the magazine in months, to be honest, but those covers are an absolute travesty, aren't they?
That's why I like War Games, Soldiers and Strategy.
Yeah.
Still.
They're still artists. There's commission pieces, aren't they, that they put on the front of Soldiers and Strategy.
Yeah.
And they quite often have an article on whoever's built the diorama and painted it. But it's still artistry, whereas, I can't get on board with those covers for WI.
Steve Harbour, Crystal Ball time. Current hobby is all about the Dark Ages.
Topical.
Or late medieval, early whatever. What's the next
medieval.
big
Dark
trend?
Well, as you know, the Dark Ages doesn't exist.
No, I did enjoy the war bases pre-painted Dark Ages buildings. I thought, fucking Alex is going to go off on one about that. I could hear you going, fuck hell, fuck. I bought loads of them. Well, it's Dark Ages. Nobody knows anything about it, so you can't do any research. Osprey Dark Ages. It's just a blank page.
Next trend.
That's it. Keep it on track, Sean. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, Sean.
I'll go Border Reavers.
Border Reavers. Heard it here first.
Let's start a trend here, right here.
I wish.
Big game Italian Wars.
All the cool kids are playing it.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. It's hard to tell, really, isn't it? It just comes from everywhere. It's whatever Warlord or similar are prepared to sink a load of money into. If they sank a load of money into the Italian Wars and brought an absolutely top-notch range of figures out, it would be really, really popular. But what they've done is they've brought a book out, a supplement done by Charles, really nice, really, nicely laid out and stuff, but they haven't brought any figures out for it, other than the bits and pieces they've already got. So who knows? William Lawson, I've already answered this one. What are your least favourite ranges from any company? The worst looking models you've ever seen? And why is it Warlord Games Gendarmes? There's my answer. Anybody?
I don't know. There's
too many.
So many.
or there's things like this I don't really think about. If I don't like them, I just kind of stop thinking about them immediately and just look at something I do like.
That's my problem, because it drives me mad for the rest of my life.
But I get that, because you've got an interest in a period and you kind of focus on them, so you're looking for those kind of figures to suit that. Whereas I'm probably driven off good figures that I will then go into the period. So it's a bit different. And I also, the big period that I'm interested in, I go and get my sculptor to make new ones.
Yeah, you've always got that bonus of, I'll build it myself.
That's why I do these.
Right, we've got a nice run of short questions now. So, John Treadhead on Blue Sky. How many miniatures is too many? Do you ever see yourself saying, I think I have enough?
No.
Not as long as I'm breathing and I've got a hole in my backside. No.
went for, I don't know if you remember this, I got to 30,000 and said that's enough. But what I'm doing is I'm getting rid of stuff and refilling back up to that amount.
Didn't you buy a massive load of really useful boxes recently, Ken?
I did.
And they aren't just for the boxes, are they? You intend to put something inside them boxes?
Yes, yeah. I bought 10 11 litre ones, which are the ones I normally use. I think that'll last me a year. And 4 24.5 litre, which I turn upside down and put pike or cavalry in. They're already nearly full. So, F Dzilla on Insta. What weird shit would sneak through your weird shit filter?
I'm open to any and all weird shit. I've got a lot of weird shit.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I do just read Star Wars. I don't know. Is that weird shit? I don't know.
No. Perfectly acceptable.
Well, there you go then. None.
Not turnip or any of that crap.
No. I have a very high intolerance for that kind of thing.
Lord of the Rings, obviously, but that could be real. I've got.
It's practically historical.
It is. I did buy. I can't remember the name of it. Was it Empire of the Dead?
Yeah, the Gothic Victorian rules.
Is it Westwind?
Yeah,
that was it.
That
that was more of a lifetime fascination with Sherlock Holmes, and that it's set in that era period.
Gaslight.
Yeah.
See, I preferred it when it was all the Sherlock Holmes, like vampires and stuff, and then it started going down the whole steampunk, mechanical things and stuff. Yeah, I'm into that.
So there we go. Man of Kent on Blue Sky. What's the most simple rule set you've ever used and was still good to play with?
The Portable War Game by Bob Cordery.
Good old Bob.
Very
Gaslands.
good.
Gaslands, because it's dead easy and it's a right laugh.
I second that.
My famous Napoleonic naval rules, where you set them all up, you roll a dice, 1 to 5 and the British win. 6, you roll again.
I thought you were going to say the French lose.
Anything simple, Alex? Sorry, Iain.
Yeah, it would probably be Gaslands as well.
Gaslands? I know not of this Gaslands.
You're basically using Matchbox and size cars to play races.
Oh, a bit like Mad
Car
Max.
Wars.
Yeah, post-apocalypse.
Yes.
Mad Max stuff.
Awesome. If all the men of a certain age got together and brought along their action men, what skirmish rules would be appropriate? I was going to say. I was going to say big cock. But Action Man hasn't got a cock.
They haven't got one there.
No, he hasn't.
He's just got them like
blue
tight-fitting underpants.
I'd say pillage or never mind the bill hooks because it's very historical. Depends what period you were going to play it in, though. Italian Wars, definitely, I would imagine.
You'd have to have like a plus 1 for the eagle eyes, plus 1 observation for the eagle eyes.
Yeah, you'd struggle for a 96-man pike block, wouldn't you, with Action Man?
Yeah, you would. You could do it, but yeah, it would take a while. It'd take a bit to shift them, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. That's
just reminded me, actually, that World War One set of rules. What's it called? Zero something or other?
Hour.
0
hour.
What size? Because you read it now. What size of game is it? Because it was called Mass Battle, and I was slightly suspicious because it was about.
Hackles were raised, weren't they?
It's taken 4 hours to get there.
It was about 100 figures. Now, 100 figures for me is 1 pike block and a command stand.
It's the smallest unit is a platoon, which is 8 figures.
So, what's the because Mass Battle? What are they saying? Mass Battle is on a table. 100 figures, 200 figures?
100 figures, yeah, thereabouts.
100 figures is a
Thereabouts,
fucking skirmish.
Mass battle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that 50 a side?
Probably. No, sorry, 100 aside. I think.
100 figures aside, God.
I think. I'm not sure. I read through it. I realised it wasn't for me, and I've not really paid much more attention to it than that.
You've read accounts of the Battle of the Somme and Passchendaele and Verdun, haven't you? 100 men aside.
Yeah, there was 100 men aside.
The cavalry charged across no man's land.
Yeah.
Very, very good at going through
into the trenches.
Yeah.
Lances were the most underused weapon in the First World War. I've talked about this before. A guy at my club said lances were the most underused weapon because you could reach down into the trench to stab a man down in the trench with it. Didn't have to get off your horse.
Was there not a cavalry charge with the Indians?
There certainly was. The 20th Deccan Horse at Highwood, 1960.
Yeah, Highwood, because that was where we spoke about it, because we went to the HI Memorial at Highwood, and that was where it was discussed about them.
But they weren't charging over trenches there. They were charging through no man's land, and it was full of grass and wheat and things. There was lots of cavalry charges, actually. There was St. Patricia's Light Horse in 1918, Canadian cavalry.
You see, Empress just released a whole load of new World War I Indians. It looked really nice.
Yeah. Perfect for 0 hour.
You're trying to rile me now.
I mean, the rules could be great. I was just really surprised by the way they presented them with that table and the mass battle thing.
I've got lots of thoughts, but I'm going to keep them to myself. I've kind of mentioned it in my recent hobby update.
I saw your recent hobby update on it. Is it kind of like a I don't know if you will remember, Alex, the Great Warhammer historical rules?
I've never played them. But apparently they have influenced them quite a lot, and you can see that because in the rules, Dom from Boots on the Table did a much more in-depth look at the rules, and if you look at there are stats for the troops, like shooting skill, combat skill.
Oh, like a stat line. Yeah,
like a stat line. But the problem is they're all humans, so it kind of makes the stat line relatively superfluous,
redundant.
Yeah. Yes, because you could just say, right, well, that everybody hits on a 5-0, everybody does combat on a 6-0. You don't really need the stats.
But are not certain nations more superior?
Well, you can make the Australians and the Canadians more superior by adding skills to their platoon, which completely ignores the fact that British units were also as good as, if not better than, Australians and Canadians.
Sounds very realistic to me.
You had in maple syrup and kangaroos. As everyone on the show knows,
Tim Tams.
I am diabetic, and maple syrup, I just fucking can't. It's like heroin. I have to stay away from it. I can't even go down the aisle as Big Taz does, because I'll just fucking stick 3 bottles of it and then just glug it outside, and then I'll be off my tits like those lads on Spice where they're all fucking. Anyway.
But yeah, I shall leave my comments at that.
No worries.
If anybody who does want to know what my actual thoughts are, then drop me a message, and I can give you. I'll give you a fuller, rounded.
Jonathan Jones, Facebook. Kind of covered this last time, I think. But when going to shows, why is a sea of rectangular flat tables with scatter on them assumed to be inspirational? I think certainly the shows I go to, but I might go to the bigger ones. I think the standard of games is superb.
Definitely.
There's definitely a lot less of the fuck, that's a club game that I see.
The only caveat I'd add, and I agree with you there, Ken, it is great to go and see some of these wonderful display level games, including your own, obviously. But I think there does need to still be that element of to say this is what you could do at a club on a Friday night. I agree, bits of felt to represent some wood and a book underneath a hill, underneath a cloth for a hill doesn't look great. But if it's presented as something that this is something that's relatively cheap, it's a cheap and easy access into wargaming. You don't have to build this beautiful diorama style table and have your 10,000 figures on it to enjoy the hobby. There are other ways that you can enjoy. There's cheaper and alternative ways that can get you in probably more quicker. But I agree. I mean, it's.
I think the thing is, if you're paying 5-10 quid to get in to see something, you want to see something good, not something that you could just turn up on a Thursday night and that the next table is doing. Do you know what I mean? And that's my take on it. I get what you're saying there, Sean, but you kind of, if it's that case, then just do a club open day.
Yeah,
for free.
I've seen that sort of thing presented really well, and where you've got like a bright green table and bright green terrain and old school figures, and I think I've seen it done with flats and that sort of thing as well.
If it's been sold as that kind of thing,
that's the thing. That's different.
Deliberately go in
retro.
This is old school. This is retro. I think I've seen a Lego game and all sorts of things, just really basic, but it's got a spin to it, and they're playing on that rather than just turning up with what you would do on a club. So Simon Skinner, this is interesting. This one, if you were approached to write a column for, let's say, WS&S, War Game Soldiers and Strategy, would you do it? And if so, why? Does Simon work for WSS?
No,
is he recruiting?
Would I do it? Yes.
I might.
Why?
I might have,
because they pay.
Yeah. I might have been already. But my problem is with my first ever article, which would be, "Are you a Nazi?" I'll probably only ever do one.
Never invited back again.
Exactly. But now I've got time to do stuff. I do plan to write some articles and do that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I'd be interested.
Yeah. Well, I have written articles for them, and I did it just because it was something interesting. It tests the old brain. It's like writing an essay,
Yeah. Sean, would you?
I'm not sure I've got anything interesting to say, to be honest. I don't know what the subject would be. I did have an article published in Miniature War Games many years ago, but I don't know. I do enjoy the creative side, and certainly when I was running the podcast, I enjoyed that, and bits of blogging I've done and bits of YouTube I've done, but I don't know. To be honest.
Ian, Jacobite corner. Ian's Jacobite corner.
Yeah, I've always been tempted to actually do the articles, but it's just one of those other plates to add to all the other ones I'm spinning. So it's probably the bit that's held me back. But yeah, I've always been tempted because I know Guy Bowles quite well, and I've always thought about I could maybe do an article on this or an article on that in terms of like Border Reavers or the Jacobite stuff. But yeah, I've just never ever made.
And the magazines will die without the content creators, won't they? So it is up to people to get off their backsides and write these articles. But
I mean, somebody's criticised, why don't you write articles for the magazines? Because I work fucking shifts, 40 hours a week, and I do a podcast that takes fucking 2 days to sort out. And anyway, they don't follow me anymore. Right, I'm going to need to stop it on here. Are we all right to carry on half an hour on Zencaster?
I'm going to jump out simply because my missus has gone to bed, but you three carry on. But I'm going to jump out at this point.
I can give you another half hour.
Cool. Alex, say goodbye to everyone and say Merry Christmas.
Goodbye to everybody and Merry Christmas, one and all.
All the best, mate.
Cheers, it's been great, as always.
I'll see you in the new year.
Hi, this is Neil Armstrong, and I was on episode 67 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reet Big Wargames podcast. Just want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you all, and I hope Father Christmas delivers plenty of plastic or lead miniatures. Bye for now.
Hi, this is Ray Roussel. I was on episode 72 of the Yorkshire Gamers Reet Big Wargame podcast, along with my sidekick, Big Lee Hadley. We talked about our group, Postage Rejects and Salute Wargame show. At the moment, I'm sitting at my painting desk prepping and undercoating figures for this year's Analog Hobbies Winter Painting Challenge that starts in just a few days' time. But for now, I'd like to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Cheers.
Hi, this is Lorenzo Sartori from the magazine Daddy Piombo, and I was on episode 66 of the Yarkshire Gamers Read Big Wargames podcast. I'd like to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a fantastic 2026, full of great games, great tables, and even better opponents. And if you are looking for something new to put on the table in the coming year, I invite you to try Smooton Rifle, a skirmish game set in the age of the musket, designed for fast tactical and narrative play. Smooton Rifle had just been released in Italy at the Milano Wargame Show in November, where it was very well received, and it will be released internationally, so in the English language, by the end of January. If you enjoy historical skirmish gaming and want something that captures the feel of Black Power warfare at a human scale, I think you will enjoy it. Once again, Merry Christmas, all the best for 2026, and happy wargaming.
There we go. So the three amigos will continue, keeping the Mexican theme going. Probably one for me, really. Danny Fletcher. Hi, gang. As I'm a bit of a newbie, what rules set would you recommend for First and Second World War naval?
Yes, over to you, Ken.
Blank faces for everyone on that one. You see, the problem with this is that I use my own rule set, which is obviously vastly superior to anything that is commercially available.
The Warlord will do.
That Warlord will do. So, with anything like this, I would say get along to your nearest club, see what they play, and give it a go. And if you live in Leeds or anywhere near Leeds, come to the Leeds Club, and I'll sort a game out with my rules. How does that sound?
Very generous.
Dex McHenry, a good friend of Alex's, who's now disappeared. And he did say, didn't he, Alex, just before he went, says, fucking Dex's question's coming up, so I'm going.
I'm off. Hi, Dex. I know Dex as well, yeah.
Which gives you the most gaming pleasure? Old stalwart settings like Waterloo and Normandy, or more obscure settings like, he said the Italian Wars, that's not obscure, or the Finnish Winter War, and why? Iain, do you like to stick with the mainstream, or do you go with the weird and wonderful?
Yeah, I don't really. I kind of stick mainstream.
I think it's well, I don't know. I'd say Border Reavers was fairly out there, mate.
Niche.
Do you think?
Jacobite Rebellion?
South of the border, probably. Maybe north of the border, I don't know.
Yeah, you can kind of see where you're coming from with that, but...
Surely
Mexican
you kind of liked out there, don't you?
Yeah, Mexican Revolution, I don't think's probably on everybody's list of a period to game. Particularly with it being with there being so few sources in the English language, which does surprise me, really. I mean, just about every other conflict seems to have lots of English language books out there. I'm not quite sure why the Mexican Revolution hasn't captured the imagination quite as much as anything else. There's obviously a lot of sources in the Spanish language, but to be honest, Ken, I'll play anything, whether it's mainstream, left field, or whatever. So I'll play a game of Waterloo if somebody sets Waterloo up for me. I've played it a couple of times, I think, over the years. But equally, I'll dive into the Mexican Revolution.
Yeah, I think for me, that because I've been in the hobby for so long, there's an excitement that comes with a new period that you can't always get with Napoleon. I mean, I've gone back into Napoleonics, having not played them really for about 10 years, and it was always my first love, or that an Italian was. So for me, and doing the Mentana thing, it was so different, and I had to learn new stuff about it that maybe with Waterloo, I'm kind of know it already.
Yeah.
So when you're looking, I think everyone here's got a thirst for knowledge for history. That when you actually get a chance to learn something new, that adds an extra dimension to a project.
Yeah, and I got that certainly with Mexican Revolution. It wasn't a period that I particularly craved. It was really because Peter Pig were producing a set of figures and a rule set for it. I thought, well, that's something new, something I don't know anything about. And it satisfied that thirst for more knowledge, I suppose. And then once you do dive in, then you realise actually there's a really interesting period here to look at, to learn about, and it just broadens your horizons.
Definitely. Nigel Atter, how do you think AI might impact our historical wargaming hobby? And that comes in with another question from T. Lita on Instagram, which is talking about AI in photography and doing backgrounds and images and stuff like that for figures. Do you use AI at all, Iain?
No. Because obviously, with some of the stuff, I'm still paying guys to do painting in terms of illustrations for the rule books and stuff. But no, I've not really ventured in. I've not made any videos of my figures or anything. Doesn't really interest me. I don't really feel the need that I need my figures to move, other than me moving them or adding in backgrounds or anything. And I get some people like adding the backgrounds might make it look nice, but it's not for my gaming. It's not for my hobby interest.
No, I was going to say I really don't like these AI generated images that we see all over social media. You can tell immediately, well, almost immediately, it's AI generated. There's a certain tone to a lot of the pictures. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, sort of a dullish tone. I don't know what you call it, but you can tell it's AI generated. I know that Martin at Peter Pig has started to experiment with AI to use as illustrations in his rule books. How far he goes down that route, I don't know, but I would much rather see something that's human generated and appreciate the artistry or the spectacle of something than something that somebody's just typed into a machine and it's created something automatically.
I've got to say, this might shock a few people, that I think it will. I will use it more in the future.
It's inevitable.
And the reason I say that is because I used it at work, and I can't remember whether I mentioned this in the summer show or not. But part of my job is examining motor vehicles. It's something I've done for 20 years. I know inside out, and because I'm getting old and forgetful, I was looking at this suspension layout on the rear of a vehicle. And for the fucking life of me, I couldn't remember what it was called. So the young lad, why don't you just ask fucking Grok or Gemini or whatever? Yeah. And I just said, just describe the rear suspension layout of a Ford Ranger 2015. And it fucking come back with it. And straight away, I knew that was right. it just jogged my memory to tell me what it was. And I've used it a few times, finding things out, kind of rather than going through. Everyone war games has fucking obscure questions about stuff. And normally you'd put it into Google and it come up with 12,000 results, and you might have to read 15 until you get the answer you want. So I've used it for that a little bit, and it certainly narrows down for me the areas I'll look at. But I'm not a fan of the images.
No.
Yeah, that's completely different. It's like that. I use it in my day-to-day job. I work in a bank, and we use things like Copilot to help you write up minutes or whatever. I use it for getting answers to maybe difficult pieces of code that I need to try and implement in a new system. But I don't. It's not for my hobby. I certainly use it. We use automated robots to do processing in my work, but we don't. I don't really take that into my hobby, and that's what I'm saying. It goes back to earlier on. My hobby's my outlet. It's something different from my day to day.
Yeah.
I don't need to automate my hobby.
No.
I probably could do it.
Make life easier.
But it's that way that there's people that you see the people that's coming out and saying that we're completely using AI for the wrong things. It's like, I didn't want AI to paint me a picture. I wanted AI to do my dishes so I could paint a picture.
To give you the time to do that.
Because that's the arts and that's the love. So it's like it's doing the completely wrong thing.
I'm sure by the time we get towards the end of our days, AI will be going, I'm not doing the dishes, I will paint some figures.
Well, that's the thing, is I see things, and as I say, I use automated processing and work, and I'm constantly saying it to people, and I say that you do realise Terminator was not a manual; it was a warning.
Thankfully, my days of work are finished. Jerry Jenkins on email. As the owner of a wonderful Spanish Civil War collection, you've got some as well, haven't you, Sean?
Yes.
What advice would you give to someone embarking on that interwar period? Rules, scales, figures should be considered on such a project. Is there anything you would do differently in retrospect? Well, you know me, it's going to be 28 mil.
Big. 28 mil and big. Yeah.
28 mil and big.
Yeah. Whereas mine would be moderate size in 15 mil. I've got a lot of Spanish Civil War in 15 mil. My rules of choice, and it's no surprise, it would be Bayonets and Ideology from Peter Pig, which I played 3 weekends ago at the Peter Pig gathering in Weymouth. I had a very good game. But again, it's horses for courses. There's no one size fits all. From people who will convert bolt action or chain of command to the Spanish Civil War to dedicated Spanish Civil War rule sets that are out there. There aren't that many, actually, I would say, dedicated to the Spanish Civil War, but it isn't just early war. There are elements of that war that make it unique and separate from World War II. Bob Corduroy, going back to the portable war game, he wrote a set. It's over to my left here somewhere. But he's done quite a lot of work around the Spanish Civil War, actually. He did a very good source book on the Spanish Civil War. I would look that up. I can't tell you the name, but if you type Bob Corduroy into Google and Spanish Civil War, then that'll come up. It's available print on demand.
I think most people gravitate towards the early part of the war, don't they, with the different factions.
The different militias, I guess. Yeah,
the different militias and stuff before it becomes a more organised. I always get them mixed up. Not Republican. Yes, Republican.
Yeah, Republican. Yeah, and nationalists or nationalistas, as Paul Preston would say.
I've always tempted to get back into it. I've gamed it in the past, and I did. It's one of the biggest regrets was I sold all the figures. I had a whole both sides, and I've always been tempted to get back into it. Recently, even just looking up things, I found a company who was doing a lot of like Spanish Civil War tanks and stuff in 3D. So I was kind of like, I could print them out, and I love the Empress figure, so I would probably go back into that. But
they are gorgeous. The Empress.
It's getting the set of rules. I think that was probably the biggest thing that we told me about. I would probably play Chain of Command, same way that I'm going with the Irish War Independence stuff. Alex sent me on his World War One version, so I'm going to have a read through them.
There is a Spanish Civil War variant, I think. Somebody's done one for Chain of Command, haven't they?
Yeah.
John Savage is working. My last guest, John Savage, that's his current project is Spanish Civil War with Chain of Command. So that'll be interesting to see what he comes up with.
Yeah, definitely.
And now I've got a bit more to spare time. Hopefully, I can get over to Harrogate and have a game, try it out.
If I was to do one period in 28mm, I think it probably would be Empress Spanish Civil War, just because those figures are just probably some of my favourite on the market.
They look cheap.
Well, no, I mean, metal 28mm aren't cheap, are they? You can't buy a figure for 50 pence anymore, like I did when, 30, 40 pence, like I did when I first started. You're looking at a couple of pounds each, aren't you, for 28mm?
And plus, I just bought a load of gendarme from Steel Fist, and they're like 11 quid for 2 figures.
Wow.
So,
but at least you're not playing Games Workshop things, because you pay a lot more.
No, they're expensive. They're expensive. I think I spent 120 odd quid on 4 6-figure units.
Wow. Yeah, it's
but and then that
kind of
that kind of got me thinking. Let's say 25 quid a box of Perry's, 12 figures per box. I'm getting more than twice as much. I could get 12, 24, 48, 60 gendarme for the same price in plastic.
Yeah.
So yeah, big difference. But yeah, I like 28s with Spanish Civil War. I think, especially that early period with the militias and what have you, lots of different stuff going on. And the rules we use are our version of Disposable Heroes, who do a big Spanish Civil War section as well. So it's kind of period specific, if you like. We have a wonderful thing that we use for reinforcements and what have you. You roll for money, and I got some old Spanish pesetas, so we actually physically have a stack of pesetas in front of you that you, like, at the end of the turn go, right, I'd like to buy another 10 lots of ammunition, or I want to buy. And the problem is everyone sits there with these big stacks trying to buy a tank. And then they just get fucking wiped out or run out of ammunition because they're saving for the tank. Well, that just tells you a lot about war games at the end of the day, doesn't it?
Basically, yeah.
And kind of just touching on what we just spoke about now, we've probably got 5 questions left. Nigel Atta, Facebook. Hi, Nigel.
Hi, Nigel. Nigel.
Do you think the expense of figures, terrains, AFV and rules will deter people from picking up the hobby?
No, I don't think so, because hobbies you use disposable income on hobbies, don't you? Discretionary expenditure. And whatever hobby you get into these days is going to cost you money. If you play the guitar and you want an expensive guitar, you're looking £500 to £1,000. And speak to any guitarist.
More than that, mate. More than that.
Yeah, well, speak to any guitarist. One guitar isn't enough. If you play golf,
my little treat to myself, I'm going to get a Les Paul because I've always wanted one.
Very nice.
And they're not cheap.
If you play golf, there's always a new set of golf clubs that come out the next year that you want.
It's so much better. It always go straight.
Straighter, further, longer, whatever, higher, lower. Fishing, whatever hobby you're going to spend money on. So, relatively speaking, spending £2 on a metal 28mm figure for the amount of enjoyment and return that figure gives you, whether or not it just sits in a drawer once you've bought it or you actually paint it and play with it. And you
open the drawer and go, "Oh, I remember buying that."
That Iain was telling me about the Falkirk game. That sounds amazing, and I can't wait to see pictures of that. And the Jacobite Rebellion is something that's always fascinated me. I've never done an awful lot of reading about it, but now I want to, having looked through your websites.
You just need one book. Well, there's other books, but Christopher Duffy's book.
Christopher Duffy, I'll check that out because
he's a great writer.
Anything but he sadly passed away not that long ago. But anything but Christopher Duffy, Murray Pittock, Aaron that's been on. You should listen to the episode that Aaron done again.
Aaron Johnson, it's good. Yeah. It's a really good one. That is. It's another one of me listening to somebody who's. When you get somebody like we spoke earlier on about, like Nick Jellicoe. Aaron was the same. The guy, Nick Schofield, about the Papal's Waves. Somebody who really knows the subject and is enthusiastic about it. I'm just sat there going, "This is fucking brilliant." I've
had this same experience.
If you listen to it, you'll then find out what Aaron's done. So Aaron wasn't a war gamer. His was a whole historical aspect, and he kind of then got into wargaming. Buys a lot of my figures, so I'm not going to complain. But he then did a like a live campaign on YouTube, and he basically set up like a Facebook group, and everyone got to make the decisions on what happened. And he played it out, and then basically told you what was the outcome. So what happened? Right, we're going to move our troops down to Carlisle. Right, okay, you've moved your troops, but the government troops have moved to here. What you want to do next? Right, have a battle. So it's a really interesting take on wargaming.
It was really well done as well. He'd do like an update video every week. I think Battle of Preston Pans is the YouTube channel. I think.
Yeah, so rightly. Aaron's from Preston Pans.
Yeah.
He heads up the Scottish Battlefield Trust.
But he illustrated it with maps and stuff, and then photographs from the games that they were actually playing. And he would always be like this disembodied head in the bottom corner, just doing the narration. And the weirdest thing, when I started doing the interview, it's like, "You've got shoulders, Aaron."
Yeah. You should see him as a prince. He used to. So Aaron's he's into reenactment, so he used to always portray Bonnie Prince Charlie as part of that.
Yeah, really good. Really good.
I'll look him up.
Simon Stokes on Facebook. If you were gifted a lot more hobby time, say through retirement, what are you saying there, Simon? What aspect of the hobby would you concentrate most of the extra time on? Asking for a friend. For me, it'll
just
be painting.
Playing games.
Playing games.
But just playing the games,
Yeah. And I think for me, it's a thing of, like, I'm just looking at the table now. I've got a load of 6mm ACW that I'm not rebasing. I'm moving them onto bigger bases, so I'm just sticking them onto bigger bases. Because I did a ACW game at Joy of Six with my 6mm ACW, and stuff like that. So I'll just say, "All right, I'm going to do that this afternoon." There's so much extra time. Yeah, and like the podcast, it was always so difficult to fit it in. Whereas now, I'm hoping I can do a proper sort of once every 3 weeks thing. It's just that for me, it'll be painting. Sean, what have you done with your time? Now you've retired and gone back.
I know.
Have you gone back full time?
I am back full time.
Full time.
I don't know how long that'll last. Well, it'll last as long as my 15-year-old daughter lives at home, I would suggest.
And then she goes to university, mate. You've got to pay for that.
I know, mate.
Mine's is 20 and I still can't get rid of her.
Yeah. She's very expensive. But yeah, it would be painting. I mean, painting is my outlet. I paint to play. I don't paint to display. I'm not an award-winning painter or anything like that. But I do enjoy the process. But it is for that end result of being able to put figures on the table and play a game. But like most war gamers, 80 to 90% of my time is painting rather than playing. I would much rather be playing. I would much rather reverse that. So I was playing more, but time is the issue. So when I do reduce hours or eventually finish work, then I would hope to play more. But as I said earlier on in the podcast, this hobby is multifaceted. There's always something we can find to do, regardless of where your inspiration is.
Iain, how far is retirement away for you?
I'm only 42, so I've got a long time.
That's what I mean. I'd say, well, just
by the time I come to retirement, it'll be a bit. The retirement age will be about 95 or something.
Well,
going rate, man.
When I was at we have a retirement breakfast where I work, and we all went to the local auction mart. Fucking brilliant breakfast. And I was talking with the youngest lad in our office, who's the same age as my lad, and we worked out that I would be 97 on his retirement day.
Yeah.
So I promise that I'm going
to
come to his leaving do. I'm going to be there. I'm going to do it.
Hooked up to machines.
Yeah.
Nearly there. 3 very quick fire questions, which probably won't mean a lot to you guys, but from my mate Simon Weinberger on email: Northwich Victoria or 1874 Northwich? All stay the old school. Always Northwich Victoria, mate. Always Northwich Victoria. Have you two ever heard of those clubs?
I've heard of Northwich. Northwich isn't a million miles from me, so
yeah. Northwich Victoria, the classic club. We got to the 4th round of the FA Cup once.
What do you mean
we? Well, I wasn't playing. I was 11. But I remember my dad taking us to the games, and we beat Watford at home, and Elton John came. That was a big thing in the town. It was
talk of the town.
Talk of the town. Question 2: grape or grain? Do I need to ask you, Iain?
See again.
Grape or grain?
Grape or grain?
Wine or beer?
Wine or whiskey?
Wine or whiskey. Sorry,
I'd probably drink more wine than I do whiskey, but I like both.
Is there any Scottish wine?
No, I only drink French wine.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I didn't know, because with this global warming shit, they're starting to the
many vineyards in Glasgow.
North.
You're lucky we can. Well, we have copious supplies of Buckfast, but that comes from Devon. So
does it? I thought it was made by monks in Glasgow.
Made in Devon. No, it's made in Buckfast Abbey down in Devonshire.
Oh, I thought from like Rapsy Nesbitt days. I thought it was. Why is it so popular?
I don't know. It's like I remember
It's fucking strong.
Yeah, we Rangers played a match against Bristol City in a friendly. So like loads of us went down, and we kind of got down there quite early. And we were in the city centre, and it was like market kind of thing it was on, and there was a stall, and it was a Buckfast one, and I was like, "Are you selling Buckfast?" He's like, "No, we're giving out free samples," and I was like, "Run." Run. He's like, "Why?" And I was like, "Mate, there's like loads of Scots or Glasgow folk coming here, and if they find out you're giving free samples, you either need to run or get loads more." He's like, "What? Why?"
Oh, dear me. I'm very much a whiskey man, both with and without an E. I drink a bit of red wine, but not a
glass of Merlot for me, mate.
Bit of Merlot.
Nice glass of Merlot.
Bordeaux. I'm a Bordeaux or a Côte de Rhône. Like a nice dark
What did we have on holiday in Malta? Sauvignon Franc,
Sauvignon
not
Blanc.
Sauvignon Blanc. Sauvignon Franc. Yeah, it was nice. Very nice. Very nice. But I was a bit pissed at that point. I didn't really notice. Right, 2 questions left, both from Callum Dunleavy. And the answer to this straight away is no, but I'm going to read the question anyway. Would you ignore the no weird shit rule and play a game of burrows and badgers if I provided personalised painted miniatures such as a Yorkshire Terrier in a Bradford City tabard and a flat cap armed with an Italian Wars pike? No.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, hell yeah, I'd play it.
Yeah.
You know, we were on about lines earlier on. Well, a fucking badger. A badger with a machine gun is my line.
Oh, come on.
I love badgers. Some of my best friends are badgers.
Open yourself up to a bit of creativity.
No.
Do I need like a wee bowler hat on for a bantam?
Oh, the old, he's gone now.
Bradford.
I can't remember his name. City Gen with the bowler hat on. Yeah, he hit a kid in the face with some sweets and he never came back. Accidental. You know, they used to lob sweets into the crowd.
Yeah.
Nearly took this fucking young lad's eye out. And I think that was kind of the end of it. We've got a giant chicken now.
So what's the theme behind that? Because it used to be like Bradford and Bingley, didn't it? That was the same idea. The gentleman with the bowler hat and the case.
The City Gent was, and that's also the name of the club fanzine. But there you go, learned something tonight. So Burrows and Badgers, Ian, was that for you?
I wouldn't collect it, but someday, if I was looking for a game and somebody had a game, I'd play it. Yeah.
Sean, you're going to say yes as well, aren't you?
I am going to say yes because I will play anything.
Yeah, I'm the same.
At any time.
Can I just say that a really angry badger will fuck you over? Fucking big time.
Oh, he will.
Have you?
Yeah, big bastards, aren't they?
Fucking hell! Have you seen honey badgers?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. You need to look up honey badgers. There's a YouTube video on Stoffel, Stoffel, the honey badger, and they are so hard and they have no fear whatsoever.
Yeah.
This
big
Stoffel,
nails to get in.
Yeah, he breaks out. He's in like a wildlife sanctuary, and he keeps breaking out of his cage and fighting with other animals. And by other animals, I mean hippopotamuses and things like that. And then you can find clips on. I've seen a clip on YouTube where it fights with an elephant.
Oh my god!
And the elephant fucking smacks it, and it just lies there stationary for about 30 or 40 seconds. And you think, fucking hell, it's dead. And then it just gets up, and it don't run off. It just fucking charges straight at the elephant.
Well, if I play Burrows and Badgers, I want to be one of them.
A honey badger would win every time. Every time.
In a lead shirt.
Exactly. So the final question for you. I was watching, this is from Callum Dunleavy again. I was watching the excellent and highly recommended The Lead Pile on the YouTubes. Blank faces all around. And they made 15mm World War II terrain out of household junk and recycling. Do you prefer the new wave of 3D printed terrain, or do you harken back to the old days of homemade crafting?
I'll let Ian answer that first.
Well, I can't. I don't have the time to craft my own, or probably not even really time to learn the skill set. So 3D printing easy, but it's got its limitations. You're waiting on somebody else making something for you available. So I can see the benefits of crafting your own, and I wish I did have that time and skill set to actually do it. I've got a friend, Andy, who is unreal terrain maker. He's made a lot of terrain for 7TV in the past. You've seen some of the crooked dice tables and some of the stuff that he can, and he's always of the opinion, oh, just make it yourself. And I'm like, no, I can't. And he's like, nah, you can. It's like so easy. But nah, I don't have his skill set to actually do it. So print out a building in a day and it's ready. So.
Sean, are you stealing the scouring pads and making hedges still?
I have done in the past. I'm not particularly not particularly good at it. I'm one of these inveterate hoarders, though, of odd shapes of polystyrene or bits of card or the usual, but milk bottle tops, that kind of thing. Thinking that'll come in handy one day.
Yeah.
But I swear to God, I must have stuff that's 40 years old that I've still yet to find a use for.
I say those things. I say those words to my wife, and she says, "Shut up." Yeah. Put it in the bin.
I do that with bits of wood. Typical bloke. I get a bit of wood and I go, "Oh, that'll be useful for something." The fucking cellar's full of them. They look like
coffee stirrers from Costa Coffee. When you just take one to mix some sugar in or something. Just I'll take handfuls of it.
Is there an intention to permanently deprive there, young
man? Very possibly, but I deny all knowledge. I've no idea what I'm going to do with them. I just thought they must come in useful.
Bit of planking.
Yeah, there you go.
Bit of planking. Yeah, I just never, ever get enthusiastic about terrain.
I might be saying this before, yeah.
One bit of the hobby that just fucking bores me, just fucking rigid. So when
Says
I
the man who paints 96 figures for a pint.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what it is. So I tend to buy a lot of terrain pre-done.
There's so much stuff out there, isn't there? That's great.
And if you can find, there's some really good artistes on eBay who sell stuff at reasonable prices, and you can do a lot of stuff that way. Well, there we go, guys. That is the end of yet another Brews in the Binyard, Christmas 2025. Thank you very much, guys. You stayed to the end, unlike that fucking weakling Alex, who browbeaten
clearly under the thumb.
To end. Okay, us proper men. My missus is only asleep, so she didn't give a fuck. Iain, thank you very much, mate. I forgot to ask you, when are the Bonnie Prince Charlie's Lifeguard coming out?
Not yet. They're still getting sculpted, so I need an update from Nick on it. So we're just going to release the next stage of the War of Austrian Succession stuff. It's going to come in January.
Those personality figures were absolutely spot on. The ones you put pictures up of recently are really nice figures.
So some new stuff coming out January for the War of Austrian Succession. Kind of cover some, not really cover much in the Jacobite. Well, you'll have the 6-pounder, the 4-pounder for the British artillery. That can be used, but not much more. It's kind of focus on the French and the Dutch, and some of the commanders at Fontenoy. And then we'll have more. Well, we have more Border Wars out soon after that, possibly. And I'm still sitting on my new range that I've not really announced yet. But I wanted to do a set of rules with it, so I don't know if I can release them without the set of rules, but it would be good to kind of release them with the rules.
Every single listener to this show is waiting for these Bonnie Prince Charlie bodyguard.
I know the lifeguard.
You're putting me off. That you're making it sound like it's going to be next September.
Nah, the way my sculptor works, he'll probably wait till the tax year's done and then bill me for it. It's kind of how he likes to do it.
If you want to send me your sculptor's address, I've got
send the busies round.
Do a bit of enforcement work.
Yeah.
Private. We know the thumb hole. We know the thumb holds. Very, very good.
I've just got like hail and pace in my mind right now. Some sort of heavies.
I don't think you're far off there. Yeah.
Oh dear me. And Sean, thank you to you, mate. It's wonderful to have you back on the show and see you again. See you looking well and enjoying the hobby.
Yeah.
I'll keep my mouth shut now. I know what you're doing. But yeah, great to see you, mate. And
Yeah.
I hope the hobby is coming back to you and you're enjoying it.
Yeah, very much so. Got my mojo back. Thoroughly enjoyed being on tonight. It reminded me how much I missed it, actually, just to chat with you idiots.
Oh dear. Well,
you're my people.
You're my people. Well, I shall say Merry Christmas to everyone who's listening.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone who's tuned in over the year, and we'll definitely see you again next year. So, say good night and Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and a good New Year when it comes as well.
Excellent. Good night, everyone.
Hi, this is Simon Stokes. I was on episode 67 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reap Big War Games podcast. I'm wishing you a very Merry Christmas, hoping that it will be merry and bright, but that your ages will always be dark. Anyway, hope you have some cracking games during 2026.
Hi there, it's Sam Kelly from Wolverhampton Games. We featured in the phone-in episode where we spoke about our World War I game, 1918. So on that, James, the other half of Wolverhampton Games, is busy in the Wolverhampton Logistics Hub. So the rules are out, and we are shipping the Kickstarter and pre-orders at the moment. So Kickstarter first and pre-orders. And it's looking like we should be done before Christmas, bar those who need to send us a few shipping details. You know who you are. We're really, really happy with the reception to the rules. We want to thank all of you for your support in the Yorkshire Gamer Firmament. And obviously thank Ken for his support as well. It's been brilliant. So the book, the 1918 book, will be going on general sale shortly. So come and grab your copy. We've got a website up, wolverhamgames.com. No, .co.uk. We've also got a few reviews in the pipeline. Some of those should be dropping in January. The usual suspects, magazines, etc. So have a look out for those, and hopefully you'll be seeing lots more of 1918. We've got loads more planned. So it's certainly not over before Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Well, that certainly was a marathon. We're just going to tick in at just under 5 hours, would you believe, for this episode. And thanks for listening. Thanks for tuning in. It's I love doing these Brews in the Binyard episodes. It's just like four mates down the pub. Really enjoyable stuff. I hope you've enjoyed 2025 with Yorkshire Gamer, and we'll be back in the new year with lots of new guests. Lots of new features, all the sorts of stuff that you've come to know and hopefully love over the nearly 5 years now that we've been doing this. And if you haven't, please subscribe wherever you listen to this. Subscribe in 3 or 4 places. Leave us likes, leave us reviews. It's only with your help that this podcast grows and the more people get to listen to it and the more exposure it gets to the wargame community. You know, I don't charge anything for it. So if you want to pay back in any way, shape, or form, then that's the way to do it. A good review, a like, a follow, a subscribe. They mean the world to me, and I'm really grateful when you do that. So, it just leaves me personally to wish you a Merry Christmas. I hope you get some cracking wargaming presents. I hope you have a great new year. I hope you have some fantastic time with your friends and family. If you are putting a Christmas game on, which many people do, I hope you have a cracking time and bringing the big game back to the fore. It's been a great year, and I look forward to seeing you a lot more now I've retired. Until next year, Sithy.